What is up, everyone? Welcome back to more Phoenix Wright. Well, actually, welcome to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. It feels so weird saying welcome to instead of welcome back, because we're still technically within the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series. Plus, technically we're not even done. There's like 2 other games, but they're not part of the trilogy, because this is the last game before we take an Ace Attorney break for like a game. So, from how I view it, Trials and Tribulations will take us to probably the end of March. And then from there, I don't know how long Danganronpa S is going to be, but we'll do that. That might take us to the end of February. But after Phoenix Wright, after Danganronpa S, we will be doing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. But before we start with anything, Alexa, tell us an interesting fact. Well, there's our interesting facts about manhole covers. So, I would like to remind everybody that Wednesday, the afternoon streams are moved to Tuesday evenings, and there will probably not be a bonus stream this week because I want to focus on the Sky Tower this weekend to try to get my achievements for the Hero Sky Tower, because I'm missing 2. I'm missing floor 56 and 56 and 60. So. I keep forgetting there are 60 floors to Sky Tower technically nowadays. So anyways, yeah, that's all I wanted to know. Probably Gmod Saturday as usual. Maybe a Minecraft pack starting Sunday. I don't know. I haven't talked to Madcap about that yet. If anything, if lucky, I will talk to him tomorrow. If we're lucky. I might just like chill in like bot chats or voice calls over there for a while. But I think it's time for us to start our Trials and Tribulations adventures. I got the notebook. Somehow, even after I stripped the notebook back from me from last week when I was like, I don't need these notes anymore because of our client being, batshit crazy. This page still hasn't fallen out. It's a miracle. But I think there's some other pages of the notebook that are almost falling out. So, we are starting a new page. It is the page in which I did the math of how many hearts are in a deck of cards. So I'll be using this page. But we won't be using it for this for the first trial, because the first trial is always just like a tutorial of like what's new about the games. Like, it's kind of interesting to see if we're still going to have Psyche-Lux in the Trials and Tribulations too. So I guess Trials and Tribulations! Play this game. Yes, Turnabout Memories. Huff, huff. Ha! How did I get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. That. wasn't me. I didn't. I didn't do it. Five years earlier, Mia Faye's second trial. April 11th, 9:40 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Phew, it's finally time. I'm kind of nervous. Ahem. Oh, Mr. Grossberger, good morning. Ah, Mia, calm yourself down. You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know. What are you talking about? I'm relaxed, Mr. Grossberger. Look at me! I'm relaxed! Let's go of my laps. You obviously haven't got the temperament to be a lawyer. I'm so sorry. It's just that I'm so nervous today. Oh, that's right. This is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never fear, my dear. I, Marvin Grossberger, am at your service. Actually, this is my second time in court. Still, you surprised me with your earnest request last night. Let me handle this case, you suddenly said, and quite forcefully, too. I just found out yesterday about the case, I mean. What? And you already learned all the relevant facts? Well, about that, you see, I mean, of course I have, I think. Oh, dear. In any case, don't let your clients see you so nervous. You see that poor man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client. Good morning there, everyone! Oh my gosh, we're defending our boy. Good morning. Try to keep a smile, Mia. Just want to say, I'll give it all I got. Yep, it'll be fine. No problem. Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Rye? Actually, it's right. Like flying brothers, people screw it up all the time. And yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. Oh, so he's not preparing for feet. Wait, so this would be like in the 90s, holy... Yeah. My doc says it this way. I won't give it to anyone else. Be kind to others, he says. Right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today. If you are truly innocent, I promise I will save you. Please, let go of my shirt. That's right. He's the one on trial. Not you. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Faye. I'm still pretty new at this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. But that trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never set foot in another courtroom. It's been 1 year since then, and, well, here I am again. But this time I'm going to win. For my client and for myself. April 11th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 2. Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright. This feels so weird. This won't be the first time he's arrested on suspicion. Okay, not the last time, because this is 5 years before, Mia's death. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Oh, I don't have my cold, so I can't do it. Mr. Payne is ready. It's the defense is Miss Mia Faye, was it? Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem? I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberger was to be leading the defense. Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberger had a bit of an emergency. Emergency? But isn't that him standing right there next to you? Yes, well, you're just a rookie. Are you sure you can really handle this? Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. That's my toughest look. Of course, Your Honor. I think. Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Well. See, I don't have a cold like I did when I began Trials and Tribulations. My Mr. Payne isn't going to be as good as it was. I mean, he's 5 years younger at this time, too, so my Mr. Payne should sound at least a little younger, you know? I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer. Don't worry, little girl. I'll be all over soon. What was that all about? Is he trying to trash talk me? Now then, I would like to proceed with the summary events in the day of question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology. Sounds like he was a very bright young man. Yes, well, next we have a photo taken at the scene of the crime. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body. And the defendant, who has obviously bungled his getaway, they then called the police. That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Very well. The court accepts this photo into records as evidence. Crime photo 1 has added to the court records. By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo. Your reputation for sagacity is well earned, Your Honor. The truth is this victim died in a very unusual death. An unusual death? What do you mean, Mr. Payne? Well, perhaps the defendant would like to take this question. Huh? A simple question I thought might loosen you up a bit. I'm a gentleman, if you will. What? Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of. Ah, a perfect opportunity. Well, what was it? The cause. Go on. An unusual death. Knocked upside the head with gravel from a bathing suit. Wait, no, that's already done in video games. Wait, no, this game came out before Danganronpa. So that would be unusual. Please say you know that at least this much. I'm sorry. I didn't get the chance to read through the whole file. My hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Now see here. The details of the case are filed under the court record. A fatal electric shock. Okay, so I think I figured it out. Okay. Thanks, Grossberger. Thanks to you for reminding me of the court records. But you knew that already, didn't you? Ah, the court records. I think I can use that by pressing tab. All the weapons we need found in the court record. Take a hard look at the data there, and think carefully before you answer, my dear. Yes, sir. I'll do just that. I got to stay calm. I can't let the prosecutor get the better of me. The court record. Okay, let's take a look. I just pressed tab here. And then I could look at, profiles. My supervisor and head of Grossberger Law Offices. My client, a third-year art and he currently has a cold. Okay. Doug Swallow, the victim. He was a fourth-year student. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty! What happened to her, though? Yo! Phoenix Wright's girlfriend! Yo, what happened to her? Dated the victim until 8 months ago. The prosecutor for the trial, a veteran and the lawyer, with a little too much confidence. Oh, shit! I remember in the last game, it's like, this guy doesn't know what this guy is like, not really good. So, here's the thing. Does this case, like, cause Payne to, like, doubt himself a bit? Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death? Electrocution. According to the court records, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution. Electrocution? How could such a thing happen? Did the murderer use some sort of superpower, stun gun perhaps? The answer to that will become crystal clear with this trial if it proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there is one more vital issue. What's that? Why, motive, of course. I already figured out what the potential. It's because somebody would be jealous of some. Because maybe somebody was trying to get back with his old girlfriend. Or something like that. Apparently there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant. Bad blood? What do you mean? Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you should know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this. I really don't like this guy's smug attitude. Yeah, I like him better in the first two games. That's Winston Payne for you. He's one smooth operator, if you catch my drift. They don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know. But I defeated him twice as a rookie. As Phoenix, I should say. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time, I would like some supporting evidence. Evidence? No need to get all worked over for this. As I said, all our weapons can be found in the court record. Find the evidence you need, then shove it into old Greybeard's face. Yes, sir! Into old Greybeard's face. Mr. Grossberger? Try to set a better example for the young lady. Mia, evidence isn't the only thing in court records. People's profiles are as well. You can toggle between profiles and evidence with tab or two. So be sure to go over it all. Now then, let's see what you've got. What was the cause of between Phoenix Wright and the victim? The reason for bad blood between the two of them was this woman here. Delilah Hawthorne, was it? Very good, Miss Fay. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, she has been she has some part to play in this story. No wonder why she's already in our profiles. He's done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he already got the judge thinking like what he wants. Very well. Mr. Payne, please call your first witness. If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Fay, it's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? The defendant has no objection. Very well. The court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Yes. My name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, right now, I guess I am a suspect. No. He means what did you do before you were arrested? Oh! Achoo! 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 I was a university student. Mr. Wright, you understand that you are in spect of dust? But I didn't do it! I'm innocent, I tell you! I'm telling you, I was achoo! Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his cult to the rest of us? It seems the witness has something he wants to say. Well then, Mr. Wright, Please tell us about your relation to the victim. Right away, Your Honor. I admit I was there. But I'm not a killer! All I did was find his body! I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Gosh, I'm so glad Phoenix still has his sass. I see. So you hardly knew the victim. Right, like I said, I'm not a killer. Whew, looks like the judge understands. You're being naive, you know. Too naive. Huh? He. It seems that you have forgotten one small thing, young lady. And what would that be? This witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination. Cross-examination? He's right. It's the defense duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if the witness testimony contains any contradictions. Contradictions. If a witness is lying, their statements will conflict with the court record. But Mr. Wright is my client! Even if he's your client, in court, all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, that's your duty, don't you see? You see? What does he mean by that? Is he saying that this testimony just now, that there was a lie? A contradiction? Now then, your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Fay. Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? You know, even though we are Mia Fey, there is one thing we still can do. When in no press! When you said there, you mean the place where the victim was murdered? Yeah, sort of. The place where something happened, anyways. Something? You can't hide what happened. We all have photographic evidence. Achoo! 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 Anyways, Mr. Wright, what were you doing at the scene of the crime? I thought you said you didn't know the victim, Mr. Swallow. It was just a coincidence. We bumped into each other by accident. A coincidence, huh? Phoenix, please don't do this to me. You'll learn soon enough. You'll learn soon enough, Phoenix. You'll be in my shoes in about 5 years. But I'm not a killer! All I did was find his body. You say you found the body. So who called the police? Huh? Unfortunately, it was some other students that notified the police. Other students? That's correct. They were the witnesses. Witnesses who saw the defendant standing there next to the body in shock. Oh, what? Is this true, Mr. Wright? Achoo! 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 Could you stop sneezing every time you're in a bind? Well, it's true that I was pretty shocked when I found the body. But I hardly knew the guy to begin with. So you didn't know his face, or even his name, right? Right! Well, no. So, which is it? Do you know him or not? Achoo! No, see here, you can't avoid answering the question by sneezing all day. Well, I guess I did know his name. News to me? Why didn't he tell me that before? I heard he used to date Dolly. Who is this Dolly person? Ah, yes, that would be the defendant's lover, Miss Dolly Hawthorne. Oh, I see. Ah, young love. So bittersweet. Yep, the judge gets it. The judge totally gets it. But that's all I knew about him. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. That's right. I mean, why would I even... But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you be saying that the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe? God damn it, Phoenix. Take over the... And you're the one... And you become my apprentice in like 5... And you become my... And I become your... Hello, vampire bees. Hello. This would have been way better if I started this game first. Because I actually was sick when starting Justice for All. That's why I would say my Mr. Pain voice was really good in the first game. In the second game. Well, Mr. Wright? No, it wasn't me! I'm the killer, I swear! Mr. Wright, I will give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe? Yes, well... He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Hold on. Yes! That's what I saw! I literally was just like, Phoenix covering his face before we all hacked him! That was literally my first reaction! Wait, I guess we can't really see it from this photo. Anyways, so, I do it as Phoenix, and I do it as Miss Faye. What did that press? Did you see it at the crime scene? The Union Jack, I mean. Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must love British stuff, see? It's true! Cross my heart! I swear I didn't do it! He's acting fishier than the salmon that I ate last night. May I ask you something, Miss Faye? Yes, Your Honor? What is it now? Who is this person? Anyways, this Union Jack fella. Oh my gosh. Judge, never change. In fact, you don't ever change, and I love you for that. Union Jack is the name of the United Kingdom's flag. Oh, I see. So you mean like the stars and stripes, right? As usual, Your Honor, your insight astounds me. Hey, something just occurred to me. Isn't there something strange about this just now? Yeah, there's a contradiction here. Yeah. There is. There was no Union Jack. Mr. Grossberger. Quickly now, show that boy you mean business. With evidence, I mean. Okay, Mia, check the court records carefully. I don't need to check them. I know exactly what I need to present. Well, my dear, do you think you could manage this from your own end? I can handle it myself. 1 year ago, I was in a courtroom just like this. I can do it. I can handle this myself. You mustn't try to bite off more than you can chew, Mia. I'll be fine. I know what I have to do. Remember, you can always press him to get more information. Oh, and one more thing. When you're going to state a contradiction, make sure you present some definitive proof. Okay, Mia, one more time, from the very beginning, from his testimony. Objection! Are you certain you saw the Union Jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. Miss Faye, is there some point to this line of questioning? Your Honor, please take another look at the crime scene photo. No Union Jack. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back. Hey, wait a minute! He's wearing a leather jacket! The Union Jack was on the back of this t-shirt he was wearing. I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You have no idea. You would have no idea that he was wearing what he was wearing underneath that jacket. Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me. Mia, you made our client cry for 17 minutes. Let him. Take that P off his chest. That P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyways. I can't believe that I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong. That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man does not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime. I was thinking of a different term line. I was thinking of a little bit. But it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything. Nope. Yep. Let's go with pathetic because, let's just go with pathetic. Not what I was thinking. Uh-oh. Did I go too far? By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it? Yeah, I took some, but... let's keep it pathetic for, cleanliness. Yes, definitely. Yes, this may not always be a PG-13 stream, but sure. It is the courtroom after all. Was the medicine that you took over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X? Yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Hey, wait a second. How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X? He. Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now? Well, actually, I have seemed to have lost it somewhere. He lost it? Does this have anything to do with the case? Mr. Wright? Shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now? Huh? Your Honor, I would like you to take another look from the crime scene. Oh no. I don't think we're gonna get... Maybe we should just, continue. Well, what's this? In the victim's hand. It's Cold Killer X! Yes, but even I got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to, especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it. What? Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up the bottle of medicine, dropped it by Mr. Right, and hid it in his hand. His purpose in doing so can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright. Order! Order in the court! Your Honor, I would like to present this photo and the bottle as evidence. Very well. The court will accept them into records. Cold Killer X added to the courtroom. Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken. Broken? How many times have we seen a broken clock in this series? It's like a motif at this point. Yep, definitely. Yes, and it ceased functioning when the large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have some kind of explanation for all of this? Yeah, it marks the spot! It's how we'll turn this trial around! This is really bad. Oh, my buttocks. My poor, poor hemorrhoids. The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. We talked for a bit, and then around 3 o'clock, we split up. Hold on, just a second. At 3 p.m. Okay. And later, when I went back, I found him lying there. I've been taking a Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days, but I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime that day, on the day of the accident. Yes, we'll make sure we'll take care of Mr. Grossberger, because it's very important that he doesn't die, because he's supposed to help us with DLC 6, and he's supposed to help us with a later trial when we are actually Phoenix. You know, in like 5 years. Well, 5 years in game time. So. Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously. Achoo! I'm only going to sneeze once now when I see that you choose. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth. You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible. Miss Faye, please begin your cross-examination. Oh, please, Mr. Wright, don't tell any more lies. When in doubt, frisk! It's amazing! The power of animation! The truth is, I went because he called me. Have you ever met with the victim before then? Thanks for the follow. I have not set up the bot to do follows yet, to show me new followers, which is one thing I need to fix. Because I don't have really any way to see like who the new follower is, because I knew it was probably you, B, but I didn't know. So I just wanted to make sure. So I need to make sure. Ah! I do! It's just delayed. Thanks, Stream Elements. No, never. But that day, he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dolly. And this Dolly person is... Judge! We've been over this! Dolly is his girlfriend! Yes. The bathroom break, yes. Every good bot needs a bathroom break at times. Stream Elements works for me 24/7, so he does deserve some bathroom breaks. I can't. He actually does take breaks, like, every time I'm offline, but, it's kind of embarrassing. She's my, sweetheart. And this is yet the first time in this entire series we even hear mention of her. Does she, break up with him, right after this trial? Because we don't ever hear anything about her. So something must happen in the next 5 years about those two. Oof. What's that for, Mia? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden. Dahlia Lawthorne was also the lover of the murderer victim, Doug Swallow. What was that for? I needed to slap something. See, and this is why I have a notebook, because when I slam my fist down, it doesn't hurt as much. Also because I like taking notes, because, to be fair, these are the notes from the last couple chapters of Justice for All, and I'm surprised this page has not been ripped out of the notebook entirely, because I literally just chuck it back before the trial, the second taste trial, because I was like, fuck these notes, I don't need them anymore! Before she met Mr. Right, that is. So it was one of those nasty love triangles, I see. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, and we were both there right on time. You said the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct? Yeah, he was studying how to manufacture and improve I can't do big words. Pharmaceuticals. Sure, let's go with that. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU. An alchemist? I see. I gotta admit, I was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. Ho ho, how fascinating. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man. What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for more details. Pharmaceuticals. Nailed it! When I can't pronounce words or I fumble upon words, we have a very special command. It's the word command in this chat, and I love it very much. And it is one of my greatest commands I ever have, and it's probably my only just, silly one that I have. I want more silly ones, and I'm gonna make more silly ones. Yeah! I don't need to know no English! Let's ask about the time of the meeting. And so you're absolutely certain that you met at 2:45? Yeah, pretty sure. That's the time class ends. But they're always doing experiments, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter much. Experiments. Yeah, those pharmacological guys, logic-y guys, are always in the lab whipping up something. Well, it looks like he's right about the time anyways. Witness, let's go with your testimony. Let's go on with your testimony. I'll come back to the other part of that. We talked for a bit, then around 3 p.m. we split up. So what were you talking about? Achoo! Achoo! Maybe we should hang out again sometime. Hang out again sometime. I wish that were true. Then later, when I went back, I found him lying there. So you say you went back? Yeah, that's when I found the body. Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry with him? Well, that's right, I was. No, why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back there? I thought maybe we could make up. Achoo! Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one is buying this. I've been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days. That's unusual. It's rather unusual to catch a cold this time of year, isn't it? Yeah, I always get a little careless when the weather starts to warm up. I guess I should and sleep with the window wide open this early in spring, huh? It's okay. I mean, I rolled my windows down in the car like on Monday. And it's still dead of winter. But I was too stuffy in my car. I suppose common sense is not always common. So, does anyone else know that you were taking cold medicine? Well, I always took one after meals, so I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it. But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime that day of the incident. On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat with Dolly. Just the two of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious. Ouch! Why would you punch me in the jaw? Oh, I'm sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. Well, Mia, I don't know. I can't seem to find any contradictions. The boy isn't exactly what I call a natural-born liar, you know. That's why he ends up as a defense attorney. But still, we can't have him continuing spout nonsense. I know, but... yeah. So they're like, wah! Right back to the jaw. We're so sorry, Grossberger. You've done everything for us. Thank you. But sometimes I can't deal with him. I know I end up mentoring him, but still, come on. Well, I'm certain he must be hiding something. Still, information. Right now, it's information we need to know. I heard you say her omelets were... What about... No, those come later. We need more information than anything else. Okay, he was in the farm. Okay, so I think this is the one that I needed more information for. So. Okay, yeah, we're right on time. You said the victim was in the blah. Okay, so. Alright, cool. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacological department. Well, okay, sure. I don't know all that much about, though. A little easier earlier, a little bit in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltage, so there are high voltage cables everywhere. High voltage cables? Yeah, and there are electrical poles set up all around the building. The high voltage cables run over her head through the roof. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met approximately at the time of death. And then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason. I'm not entirely convinced his explanation about the medicine bottle either. Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted. Nailed it. What do you mean? I knew it was too much work for a little girl. However, there is one mystery that still remains. There is, Your Honor. How was the murder carried out, of course? Just how was the victim electrocuted? I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct? Well, you're correct, Your Honor! You had this in the bag. What the fuck are you talking about, Mr. Payne? I say this, but our literal last trial is that we had it in the bag to win, but we threw it all away because we needed to save Maya. So, how exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. I need to check the court records. Wait a second. That umbrella snapped. Establish the murder method! Your Honor! Yes, Miss Faye. I believe that if we were to piece everything together, everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died. That would be most impressive. Quite the brass statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basics of rules of the court, yes? An attorney must be able to sustain their arguments with evidence. Of course I know that. Actually, I had totally forgotten about that. Yes. Now then, Miss Faye, let's see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted. I don't think so, but the umbrella really is like that. My clue here. As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well. But what? But there's nothing that even remotely resembles a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Miss Faye, where exactly in this photo is the murder weapon? It's the umbrella, Your Honor. Well, naturally, it's right around here. I think. Miss Faye, I'm deeply disappointed in you. It wasn't the umbrella. Damn it. How? Okay, notebook. Yeah, I forgot. Notebook does not absorb all the damage when slamming my fist down on the desk. I'm disappointed as well, Miss Faye. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed too, Mia. Achoo! I need to use my brain on this. Come on, Mia. You can't strike out here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Oh, so they're not taking... Miss Faye, where exactly in this photo is the murder weapon? Well, naturally, it's right here. That's... What is that? A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard? The machines in the physiological students use in their experiments require high voltage. And because of that, there's a special high volt cable strung up everywhere. So then the high voltage cable, yes, The high voltage cable is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation. That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, I believe some praise is in order. I see what you did there. That was good. You know, see, that's the kind of, you don't get it at first, but if you know, you know. It's good. Now I really hope a certain mod isn't in chat for me praising him, because I just praised the pun! He might be in chat. He might be watching the VOD later, though. And if he is, he probably will DM me saying, I can't believe you would just go praise someone else's pun. When I've been booing his for the past 5 years. Don't toy with me, old man. Now, the victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as the murder weapon was the defendant. Achoo! That is most certainly true. I don't think so. Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Infallible proof that establishes that Mr. Wright was the murderer. You do? Well, what is it? His fingerprints. Fingerprints? You mean the defendant's fingerprints were on something besides the medicine bottle? Take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket. And as you know, leather holds fingerprints quite well. Even after 2 years. Sorry, no one will get that joke for like another year. 5 years. You mean? Yes, it was quite clearly imprinted on the chest of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand. What? I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder. He squarely pushed the victim towards the severed electrical cable. Order. That's enough! I think we can conclude that there's no reason to continue with this cross-examination. Stick a fork in us. We're done. Mr. Grossberger! My hemorrhoids never lie. The show is over, Mia. Well, maybe your hemorrhoids need to get checked? Because it's not over yet. Not until we hear the not guilty verdict. I knew that boy was guilty the first time I saw him. No! You're wrong! Mr. Ray is innocent! No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt. Your Honor! At this time, I am prepared to render a verdict in this case. Do you have something further to add, Miss Faye? Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth. The whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. But I can't just say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be... It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Miss Faye, no matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you and I'll represent you to the very end. We've already established the defendant's guilt. There is no further need for him to say anything. Mr. Wright, I'll tell you what really happened. But I already told you, Mr. Wright. There's no need to further. I did it. I admit it. I pushed him. It was my fault. My fault that Doug Swallow is dead. That girl you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about her, that girl. Stop it. Don't talk like her like that. What you just said, was that the truth? Yes, I was afraid. Afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure. Well, as things currently stand, we are absolutely convinced that you are. Please give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the whole truth. It'll be okay, won't it, Miss Faye? I believe in you. Oh, thank you. I still can't believe it. He really did push the victim. I feel like my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem Shake. When did this game come out? When I pushed the victim. That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little after I left, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there, dead. Well, the explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. But here's the thing. It was never established that at the time the murder happened, the electrical cable was cut. Nailed it. He died from the shock. And that's, as they say it, is that. A simple explanation indeed. At the time of the incident, a light rain has been falling. Wet from rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted. But when I pushed him, there wasn't any electrical cables nearby. Thank you, Phoenix! Thank you for saying what I was thinking! If there has been something like that, even I would have noticed it. That's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't miss that. Miss Faye, let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that? Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence. There must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it. When in doubt, press! That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. So what kind of things did Miss Solace say to you? He said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl. Is that all? Yep. Well, Miss Faye, you've heard him yourself. Oh boy, you're not doing any favors here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it already is. Anyways, after he said that, I just I lost my temper and I gave him a shove. Can you tell me about what happened in a little more detail? That guy just said what he wanted to me. And then he put on the jacket he was holding and started to leave. That's when I lost my temper and flew into a furious frenzy. I just gave him a light shove to the chest. And why is the fingerprint? And when you did that, there were no severed cables anywhere to be seen. Right! There was nothing like that at all. But it's possible that you merely overlooked it. Well, I guess it's possible. God damn it, Phoenix. What are you doing? Don't let that guy steamroll over you like that cheap assault. I believe what's important here is the moment the push occurred. Let's continue on with the testimony, witness. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A loud noise? And what would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like, snap! You know, come to think of it, I wonder what it was. Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted. You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. Ask for more details. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important. So try to remember what it was. How do I put it? It was like a sharp crack. Could it have been? Yes, it could have been. Hurry up and tell us. When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. He fell right on top of it, and it broke. That was probably the noise I heard. An umbrella, huh? And did that umbrella belong to the victim? Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella, cheap and frail. Kind of like the owner. And again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone. Miss Faye? What do you think? Is there something important in that testimony just now? Well, of course it's important! This is it, Mia. The new information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more important. It's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony. Ha! How perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer. The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add this bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony. After I shoved him, he fell down on top of his cheap umbrella. So Mr. Swallow fell on top of his umbrella. And are you certain of this? Yeah, it was right there under him. Actually, if it hasn't been under him, I was planning on borrowing it for myself. The umbrella, you mean? Well, yeah. You see, I wasn't wearing the sweater here. Dolly stayed up late nights at times sitting for me. I didn't want the rain to damper the handmade symbol of her love. Oof. My stomach is not used to your personal soccer. My stomach is not to be used as your personal soccer ball, Mia. I'm so sorry. Continue with your testimony, witness. A little after I left, I started to get worried. After you shoved the victim, did you leave the scene right away? Yes, I did. I admit it. I was furious. You left without checking Mr. Swallow's condition? Well, yeah, but like I said, I got worried about him later. So I went back, but he was just lying there. dead. At the time, did you see anyone else at the scene of the crime? Nope, nobody. Jeez, could that stupid cough possibly sound any phonier? In that case, it's very hard to believe someone else could have been the murderer. Unless we find something that shows he's innocent from that testimony, my dear. I'm afraid the judge will make his final decision with no remorse whatsoever. Yes, sir. Right now I need more info. Info that will help me turn up some contradictions. Okay. Why is it so far away from him, though? I'm sorry, Phoenix. Wait, hold on. Objection! Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning? Come on, if I hadn't mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution's argument earlier. What do you mean by that? Take another look at this crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look at closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole. You're absolutely right. The body must have been moved. The body must have been moved. Ow. The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive. No! Order! The victim, he moved? Mr. Payne, the umbrella in this photo, where is it now? Well, it was collected by the police at this crime scene. I wanted to present it as evidence immediately. Yes! But the umbrella could have simply been blown by the wind. If he was on top of it, it couldn't have been blown, Mr. Payne! According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind. But I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot surrender final judgment. No. Oh, there's the Mr. Payne I know. I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown in the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony. Phoenix's testimony is added to the court record. Well done, Mia. Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about? Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. It was foolish to think that I could establish guilt through cross-examination alone. I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying. It was too easy. Let me guess. You have another witness. Exactly. And this witness testimony will be incontrovertible. Oh, you think so, Mr. Payne? You think so, Mr. Payne? I'll wipe that wicked smug off your goddamn face and make you the Mr. Payne that Phoenix will have to come to face twice with. Well, who is this witness? Miss Dahlia Sawhorn. Dahlia Sawhorn? You don't mean Dolly? I do, Your Honor. The defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing. That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place. This isn't going to go well. What? I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear. Bad news? You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this. You can't be serious. Mia, what do you mean by that? I think this is a good point for us to stop. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Miss Dahlia Harthrone. April 11th, 11:52 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Miss Faye, I'm sorry about what happened back there. It's all right. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright. Yeah. So I guess I can start to relax then, huh? Relax, my boy. You can't be serious after hiding such important facts. But the next witness is Dolly, my Dolly, right? She'll save me. I just know she will. Why do you think that? Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life. That's why. I think it's going to come real clear why we never hear of this Dolly person in the other 2 games. The love of your life. Huh. Would you mind telling me more about you and Miss Dahlia Hearthstone? Sure, no problem. Dolly and we first met about 8 months ago, right here in this very courtroom. Actually, I was studying to become a lawyer on the side. Anyways, one day, she and I just bumped into each other after reading rooms downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. As soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was going to be the one for me. Oh, here, take a look at this. She gave me this the day we met as a symbol of our love. She has been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off before she gave it to me and said, I want you to carry this. She gave it to you as a present, I see. This darling little bottle is filled with memories of my darling little Dolly. It certainly is a little bottle, all right. It makes me so happy. I showed it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness with the whole world. Okay. Anyways, so after that, you and Miss Hartshorn started dating? Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she's always saying the same thing to me. Please give it back now. Oh shoot! Ah! Oh my gosh! I think I know. Yo, I don't think Dolly thinks they're in a relationship. I think it's only a one-sided relationship where Phoenix only thinks they're in love. Yo! Maybe Doug is on to something, you know? Why Phoenix stay away from her? She is the one who cut the electrical cord, I think. By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Solhorn 8 months ago wouldn't happen to be on August 27th, would it? Huh? Yeah, it was. But how did you? This happened on August 27th, right here in this courtroom house. What's this? A newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse. Murder? What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh, I see. Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to say. And you think I understand why you suddenly took a keen interest in this case. You believe there is some connection between these 2 cases. Am I correct? I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberger. I need to finish this myself. Ah, yes, but I'm afraid what you I'm afraid what you have will not be enough, my dear. I'll go and have a look downstairs in the downstairs reading room and see what else I can find. Thank you. I want to do what I can to help you, Mia. Well, it looks like recess is about over. We better all get moving. I guess so. That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though. But before we continue, oh yes, we are gonna new save file. Now our save files. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, we're running out of save files. I guess I can override some of episode 2s from the first games. But before we continue, hold on, let's get some music. Okay. Before we continue, the defense got to pee. So we're gonna take a break. Make sure everyone gets up, stretches. Take a break, stretch, maybe get something to eat. Go to the bathroom, and we'll take. And it's now time for the streams. Well, not 20 minutes, because let's face it, it's gonna be like a 5-minute recess from the stream. And we're back. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness. The sex person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Miss Dial Hart to the stand. What's this silence? In my long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many witnesses. It's my job to doubt, so take no one at their word. But in your case, I must admit that you eradicate a glow of complete sincerity. It's a facade, Your Honor. I can't believe you actually said that. No. Then, witness, could you please state your full name? Don't worry, sweetie. There's no need to be nervous. If anyone says anything rude, you can I'll cut them right down to size. I'm not afraid of you, Mr. Payne. Not. Go! Ha! I'm not afraid. Ha! I'll throw everything I got at you. Well, at her, but, she's the witness, actually. And I will bash her with my gavel. I'll throw it out with the judge. I'll do it. I love how they look straight at me when they say that. Thank you for calming my nerves. You're all so nice. I almost feel right at home. Not at all. It was nothing. If we made a move now on, what is your full name and occupation? My name is Dahlia Starstone. I'm a junior in literature at IB University. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be in your noble presence. She is too innocent! She's definitely hiding something! The honor is all mine. Mr. Payne. She's like 20! Wait. She's like 19! Wait. No. Your Honor! Your Honor! Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Sir? Is there something I can help you with? You go on and just say whatever's on your mind. I'm sure that there must be some kind of mistake. Peony wouldn't kill anyone. I just know it. Yes. I can see why you would say that. She's gonna be a tough witness, all right. It's only took her 12 seconds to wrap her around her little finger. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear about what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please. Miss Arhun, I'm sorry that I'm going to accuse you of being guilty of murdering somebody, and so that may off the hook that your little Feeny gets off the hook, okay? And I'm going to be as gentle as possible so that I don't get hated by the judge, okay? The judge already hates Phoenix, and will continue to hate him. I have been planning to go back to Feeny's place after class is over. Feeny and Dougie, they were talking about behind the building. Then suddenly, Dougie got wobbly and just collapsed. Not bullshit. Phoenix said he pushed him. That's when Feeny noticed that I was there. When I went to go find some other students, they called the authorities. I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong. Can we just leave it at that? young lady, as old as I am, even I recall how hot flames of young passion can burn. Nevertheless, it's my job to discover the truth. Please tell us the truth. But I would never. That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue. Well, what do you mean by that? Please, just let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of papers and lies. You haven't changed a bit. My FA. What's this? So you two are acquainted? Yes, we've met before. Once. In any case, Miss Fay, the floor is all yours. It's good to see you again, Madame Fay. Madam? I'm no one's grandma yet, girlie! I've never become a mother! I've been planning to go back to Feeney's place after classes was over. Now, unless if I'm mistaken, Feeney, I mean Mr. Wright, is in the art department. If that's the case, then what were you doing by the pharmacologically building? Well, I'm in the literature department. I'm studying Japanese Serenu poetry. Oh ho ho, how wonderful. That's humorous, yet satirical style of haiku, yes? Nothing left to do. When a man reaches this age, sleep is his best friend. That's supposed to be poetry. It sounds more like a midlife crisis. For me to get to the art department, I have to walk through that back area. Ah, yes, I see. That makes sense. When I wanted to enter the courtroom, I always walk through the front doors. Your Honor? Honor, you didn't need to say that, Your Honor. How else would you enter? Teleportation? Feeney and Dougie were talking behind the building. So who's this Dougie person? Oh, I'm sorry. Doug Swallow. We were dating until about 8 months ago. So we're Dougie, Mr. Swallow and Mr. Wright talking about. How can you be so mean? I would never eavesdrop. I wasn't raised to be so rude and undefined. That's right, Miss Fay. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Why am I being demonized here? Won't be the last time we ever will be. Please go on. What did you see next? And suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. I want to make sure I am not missing any dots here. I know exactly what the contradiction is here because we got Phoenix's testimony. Wait, hold on. Okay, I guess I didn't know because I thought Phoenix's testimony was that he actually did push him. But you know, press. Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own? Yes. In other words, the defendant never touched the victim. Is that right? I was watching the whole time. He never did a thing, Dougie. If I press her for no good reason, I just know the judge will get angry with me. What should I do about her testimony just now? let's leave it alone because I want to press everything else. I suppose her statement works in our favor for now. I'll hold off looking any deeper until it's necessary. Very well, young lady. Please go on with your testimony. That's when Feeney noticed that I was there. And what did Mr. Wright say when he saw you? I'm sorry. I was so flustered that I really don't remember. Please forgive me. You don't remember? Well, that's common enough. Sometimes I can't recall a sentence I passed only minutes prior. Please, anyone, stop him before he gets hurt by me. Don't worry, Mr. Grossberger will take the punch. I went to go find some other students and call the authorities. When you say students, do you mean students from the pharmacology department? Yes, they were all very fond of their drugs. Please try to stay on topic. So to find some pharmacology students, you went to the labs, correct? That's what I was planning to do, but in the end, I wound up not going. A group of about 10 research students came running out of the building entrance. Somehow, they all seemed to know what was going on. The students knew what was going on? Press for further details. But how could the students know what was going on? Well, I don't know for sure that they knew what had happened. It's just that they all seemed kind of excited about something. It doesn't look like I'm getting any more information about the students. So did the students call the police? Yes, I was just so panicked. Yes. Well, anyone would have been, my dear. That girl, she's telling a super obvious lie, and she knows it. She's just pretending to protect Mr. Wright. Yes, that's gonna be it. Way to go, Mia. Okay, that means I'm gonna have to dig deeper to find the contradiction on this one. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to. Feeble lies are not going to be are not very becoming, Miss Hearthstone. So let's shop them, shall we? What? I would never. Miss Fay, I will not allow you to badger with this witness. I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. That is her. She has no supporting. Please don't glare at me like that. Just doing my job. Now then, Miss Hartshorn. The defendant's palm prints were found on Miss Swallow's leather jacket. And it's already been shown that Mr. Wright did, in fact, push the victim. What? There's no need to try to cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth. There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything that you saw. Yes, Your Honor. I will. If you don't mind, I would like to revise my testimony. Looks like we're finally getting somewhere. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. You didn't see it? Well, I saw the moment when Dougie fell to the ground, and at that time there was only two of them at the scene of the crime. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and the victim, Doug Swallow. Yes, that's right. It didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either. Bullshit! You should have heard something! But I'm gonna press anyways. Ow. So then, what did it look like they were doing to you? I thought they were having a nice, friendly afternoon conversation. Oh, give me a break. That's why I really wasn't watching them all that closely. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge. Oh, I like the sound of that, Mr. Judge. Oh, give me a break, Your Honor. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. I went to go find some other students, and they were to call the authorities. Jid, you said you didn't hear anything unusual? Is that correct? Yes, that's why I was very relaxed, looking at the scenery around me. That's nice, but I find that a little odd. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright, and he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise. He said that? If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well? Well, maybe the noise it wasn't all that memorable. But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp, loud noise, like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression. Yeah! May I have a moment to answer? And the judge is going to give it to her because she's a precious little angel. By all means. Knew it! I knew the judge was going to suck her to her cute little innocent personality. Give me a break. I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on, and I was listening to music at the time. Headphones? You mean that both your ears were covered? The rain was just beginning to let up, but it seems like the store wasn't ready for his fun to come in to an end yet. So the skies continued to flash and rumble. Thunder and lightning, huh? Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder. So I put my headphones on to block it out. He. Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all. Wait a second, Mia. That testimony just now. She said something that could totally change this whole case. There was lightning. Your Honor, there's a problem with the witness's testimony. What do you mean? Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct? Yes, what about it? Well, lightning is actually a discharge of electricity in the atmosphere. Am I right? Now's not the time for a science lesson, Miss Faye. Yes, Your Honor. Anyways, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning? I must admit that thought had not occurred to me. Just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyways? This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered. But in that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Miss Swallow was in fact a victim of a stray bolt. It appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death is actually an accidental? All right, you did it, Mia. taking that. Fuck! He. I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Faye. Huh? I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. We found that there were no lightning strikes on the day at that location. What? What's more, we have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case. Evidence, Mr. Payne? Well, what is this evidence? This alphabet. And who is this alphabet from? The logical students who were conducting experiments in their labs that day. Allow me to read it to the court to the testimony of the pharmacological students. All equipment in the labs lost power all of a sudden at around 3 p.m. that day. Was it a blackout? All the lab's equipment run on high voltage, Your Honor. So what you're saying, the equipment lost power because... Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical cables. The power outage occurred approximately at 3 p.m., which fits in the time of the death listed in the autopsy report. Exactly. In other words, the victim died as a result of touching a severed electrical cable. Thank you, Mr. Payne. According to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future. I see. Apparently the cables have become so brittle that even the smallest bump would cause them to break. I'm not taking notes, I forgot. However, there's one thing that troubles me. If the cables could have been broken by any small bump, then it wouldn't have snapped. And it wouldn't have snapped if it has been bumped into, correct? Well, I suppose you could say it that. Miss Faye? Do you have thoughts regarding the cause of the disabled cables? Your Honor, I don't like how this is looking on one bit. I have to come up with something to try to gain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion. Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break? I'm sorry, Phoenix. This is it! This is why the cable snapped. Well, Your Honor, I believe that's the only thing has snapped in the mind of the defense. Fuck! That's one of your best lines yet, Your Honor. Ouch, that was harsh. Please, Your Honor, give me one more chance. Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cables to break? Wait. Maybe. This is it. This is why the cable... Well, Your Honor. Okay. Maybe, okay, found... Oh! Wait! It's the umbrella! This is it! This is why the cable snapped. Well, Your Honor. Fuck. Wait. Wait a second. Huh? Sorry. I'm gonna have to. That's not 3 o'clock. That's like 3:05. That's not 3 o'clock. But that's not important right now. Hmm. Wait. Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony. The defendant's testimony. He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened around 3 p.m., correct? Yes, that sounds right. Wait, are you saying that the lab equipment lost power at 2:55 p.m., which fits right into Mr. Wright's timeline? In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage. Yes, the prosecution also came to that same conclusion. And that was the very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted. I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne. What's that supposed to mean? Take a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved. See the umbrella? It's by the electrical pole. That's right. The victim banged into the pole as a result of being pushed. It was that impact that caused the cable to break. Well, that makes sense. After the victim, and then the victim was electrocuted. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no, that doesn't make sense at all. The victim was shoved into the far pole. That he couldn't have been electrocuted by several cable from the foreground here. Ah! In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim. Order! Order in the court! Ah. The limitations of my enemy. How I long for them. It's true. The defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any way the defendant could have done. Mr. Judge, sir, may I say something? The Madam Attorney's explanation. She said some things that are a little different than I remember them. Oh, you sick son of a bitch. But, what the? Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge? Of course! That's alright! Go right ahead and give your new testimony. This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colors. She's not that innocent. The truth is, Beanie pushed him twice. The first was into the electrical pole. Then, when the cable broke, Dougie tried his best to run away from him. But Beanie caught up and crashed right into him from behind. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute. So after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away. And that's when the defendant pushed him for the second time. I'm so sorry, Beanie, but I just have to tell the truth. I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge? Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. Judge, you are not doing me any favors here. And this is where she falls into my trap. She could have said, there was no way we could have. Now then, Miss Faye, you may proceed with your cross-examination. The truth is, Peony pushed him twice. Miss Hartshorn, previously in your testimony, you said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to protect Peony. So that's why you basically lied to the court. I was a bad girl. I know. Mr. Judge. Yes? Would you please forgive a little of me? Of course he won't. Come on now, it's just a little white lie. Judge! The judge! Come on! We'll forget it this time. Please be more careful from now on, alright? Thank you so much, Mr. Judge. Not at all. Ho ho ho. The judge had better be more careful with himself. A dark alley is friendlier than that girl. Beware, Your Honor. Achievement! You're saying actually you saw the victim get pushed into the electrical pole? I know he doesn't look like it, but Feeny can be a bit of an imp when he wants to be. Oh, really? But I never imagined that he would cause an electrical cable to break. Feeny is really scary when he gets mad. Oh no, believe me, I know. He's the actual protagonist of these games, so, yeah. Yes, he sounds like a very dangerous individual indeed. Oh, wait 5 years, Judge. You don't know scary until you've seen it. And Dougie tried his best to run away from him. But Feeny caught up. Wait, no. So let me get this straight. You were happily listening to your music on your headphones while you watched the scene unfold. What? Miss Faye, I will have to ask you to stop badgering the witness. I wasn't happy. I was so scared that I couldn't move. All I could do was stand there and cheer them on. Cheer them on? What do you mean by that? Well, I wish the best for them both, and that's why they each gave the fight their all. That's very sweet of you to be so supportive. And what happened after that? But Peony caught up and crashed into him from behind. That doesn't sound quite right. There was handprints found on the chest of the victim's leather jacket. Mr. Payne, were there also prints found on the back of his leather jacket? Well, no, there wasn't. Madam Faye, may I suggest you listen a little more carefully? I said that he crashed into him from behind, right? My Feeny wouldn't leave any prints behind in that case, would he? The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute. Did you actually witness the moment the victim was electrocuted? I'm sorry, I didn't actually see it. I turned my eyes away. That's understandable. Yes, indeed. It would have been a horrible sight for anyone to behold. If I don't figure out the contradiction here, It's all over. She didn't have much time to come up with her lies, so this is my best chance. There must be a hole in her testimony somewhere. Think, Mia. Wait! If the the power broke at 2:55, she said it all occurred in less than a minute. Then why the hell is the officer report saying it's 3 p.m. of the time of death? What happened in those 5 minutes? I think you're sadly mistaken. Does this evidence establish anything the defendant that the evidence is lying? Don't ask me. You're the one who's supposed to know. Oops, sorry. This is all still kind of new to me. Well, I have something new for you too. A new penalty. Objection denied. Fuck. This isn't going to be smoothly as I hoped. That's enough, witness. I'm afraid I don't understand. You will in a minute. Please take a look at this picture. Oh, that medicine. That's the one Feeny likes to take for his cold. It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. It stopped at precisely the time the victim was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05 p.m. Yes. And your point is, Miss Faye? My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered that power outage due to the cable snapping? Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer is clear. It was 2:55 p.m. Would you care to explain to the court, Mrs. Dahlia, Sorn, what exactly happened during this 10-minute interval? The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Doug Swallow. Order in the court! What's this all about? This is nonsense! The real murderer? Even you can't deny that the time between the cable breaking and the electrocution are completely unaccounted for. Who was it? Who are you saying that could have done it? There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. Only after my client left the scene. And it was the window of opportunity for the real killer. Miss Faye. Is the defense ready to indicate someone as this real killer? It's finally time. The moment I've been waiting for. Yes, Your Honor. We're ready. Very well. But remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you will be penalized. Think very carefully before you speak, Miss Faye. Now then, Miss Faye, let's have it. Who is the real killer? And now, here's where I say, sorry, Phoenix. It could only have been you, Dolly House Sorn. What? Oh, can you? The defense is grasping at straws. 10 minutes passed between the time the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. What exactly were you doing the whole time, Miss Starhorn? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe that you didn't lift a finger to stop these men. You didn't lift a finger to stop the men dearest to you. Order! Order! Miss Faye! Why is this to say? Miss Sawhorn, I believe that you witnessed the two men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you who pushed Mr. Swallowtail to death by your very own hands. Ah! Could you say something so mean, Miss Madame Faye? I didn't do anything. Miss Faye, this is very serious charge you are. Your Honor, please, I have something I want to say. Achoo! You! What is it? Please strike everything the defense just said from in the record. What the? Are you deaf? You're absolutely wrong. You're totally wrong, Miss Faye. Dolly, she couldn't do something like that. Phoenix! Ah! Mr. Wright, get back in your seat. Bailiff, grab that man. Ah! Achoo! Leave my Dolly alone! Achoo! That boy. He got himself over his head. Oh, Mr. Grossberger, you're back. It seems I have arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on the incident from your newspaper clipping. Thank you so much, Mr. Grossberger. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I was hoping for. You better take a good look at it. Details how you came to lose your boyfriend. Location, District Court Cafeteria. Date and time, August 27, 4 p.m. Victim, Diego Nione Armando. Occupation, lawyer. Suspect, Delihara Starhorn. Armando ingested a poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity of the suspect's person. It was unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup. That sick son of a bitch! I think that was well deserved. I don't have a Mr. Grossberger to punch, so you're just gonna just have to. Also, looks like 2 pages came out. Well, I had to rip the other one out, but it was gonna come out anyways, so. So at least I have another page. I have another page to put in a file. Anyways, let's continue. Okay. Now then, the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? No, well, really, Your Honor, May I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor? Ah, don't you worry, my dear. I have the situation well in hand. Go right ahead. Madame Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie? Yes, I am. Not only am I saying that you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I told you you should let me handle this. Sorry. Please go ahead. How could you say that? I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. The notion that I would try to frame him is ludicrous. This is all just too much for me, poor little me, to bear. I believe this girl is trying to ask what on earth her motive would be. The answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. It must. 8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. And then, that same day, the two of them accidentally meet. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Miss Dahlia Sawhorn. Further testimony? What about? About the events the day when she first met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What could possibly have to do with this case? The witness claims that she has no reason to frame the defendant. Am I correct? Well, I have evidence that suggests that she, in fact, has a very good reason. Very well, then. The court grants the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying on for just a bit longer? Of course not, Mr. Judge. Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Sawhorn. How I met Feeny. I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. It was like we were destined to meet in this very courtroom's basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. We were so loving. We were literally making people sick. It was jealousy, I think. Damn it, Phoenix! Mr. Wright, do that again and you'll be held in contempt of court. And now we enter the final act of our little drama. As we used to say in the days of my youth, go get her. So until that time, you had been dating Doug Swallow? Yes, I'm a real fool, you know. Letting my notions change so quickly? I'm ashamed of myself. No, not at all. Look at me. I'm infamous for changing my mind. Indeed you are, Judge. Indeed you are. But never change. Please don't ever change, Judge. And actually, like I said before, you don't change. And I like it. Yeah, you're great, Judge. My critics have even taken calling me Judge Figgle. Ho, 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 ho. Maybe you should look for a different line of work. Despite that, however, he always sounds a correct verdict. That's why some people also call him the Great Judge Genie. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courtroom's basement reading room. The courtroom house reading room. That's a strange place to meet the love of your life. That's not true, Madame Faye. After all, Feeny was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you, Miss Sawthorne. What's a literature student like you doing in a courthouse reading room? The line of questioning is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with our murder case. Miss Faye, I'm warning you. If this has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case, I have to remember the judge is on Dahlia's side. I better tread carefully. Keep pressing! Your Honor, if you allow me to latitude, I think I can establish relevance. Please ask her to continue on with her testimony. Very well. Young lady, I got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courthouse reading room? If it bothers you, Your Honor, the answer is simply this. I came to this courtroom to do research for a paper I was writing. You were writing a paper? On what? On the relationships between modern Sanyu poetry and the criminal underworld. Ho ho ho, that sounds like a fascinating research idea. Am I getting old? Have I even forgotten what I have forgotten. Again with the midlife crisis stuff. Mia, Why did that girl really come to this courthouse? Isn't that what you want to know? And speaking of forgetting things, have you forgotten the police report? Have you? I went through a lot of trouble getting it, my dear. So please read it carefully. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. So what is about Mr. Wright that made your heart malfunction like that? In my personal opinion, he looks like a typical snotty-nosed college brat. Perhaps to a woman your age, but to me, Feeny is handsome. Perhaps to you, Miss Hartshorn, but to the rest of the planet, he's a dime of a dozen. Love is a mysterious thing. I object to this line of questioning. If you were to look at my wife, for example, you might all be shocked. Oh, you have a wife, Mr. Payne? Oh, I would love to meet Miss Payne. She must be a very lovely lady. Or am I talking about your mother? Who is it, Mr. Payne? He's telling the truth. It was truly, truly shocking. Oh, so the judgment, Mrs. Payne? Damn it! Why don't we get to meet her? Beautiful mushroom, growing tall in darkness. It comes from the cow's dung. That poem is the best. That's the poem I best describe how I feel about my Feeny. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. Were there any bad feelings between you and Mr. Swallow? No, none at all. We parted on very good terms. But that can't be. Our investigation also shows that it was a clean breakup. Huh? Are you sure? Yes, it seems that both wanted it that way. So the victim wanted to break up with her. Press further. Are you saying that Mr. Swallow also wanted to break up with you? Well, you see. What a cruel thing to ask a lovely young lady like this. Oh, you don't know the half of it, Mr. Payne. By the way, I have never once considered leaving my wife. Okay, shut up about your wife. No one cares, Mr. Payne. Thank you, Judge. Thank you for being on my side for once. She didn't deny it. That must mean Doug Swallow must have seen through her little act. He must have gotten a glimpse of her true nature. Listen to me, Mia. That woman is the judge in the palm of her hands, you see. The only way to discreet her is to find a contradictory in her testimony. Let me read all of this. Very little information is being disclosed at this time. Since the victim of yesterday's incident in the district courthouse cafeteria is said to have been a lawyer. However, the police are questioning the 19-year-old female college student who was sitting with the victim. District Court cafeteria. Hmm. Ha! Nope! Damn it! Miss Hartshorn, you weren't here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason? What's the meaning of this cocky smile on your face, Miss Faye? 8 months ago, right here in this very courtroom, there was another tragedy. Another tragedy? Do you mean the incident which an attorney was poisoned? The name of the suspect that's indicated is the list here in this report. And that name is Dahlia Hearthstone. What? Dahlia? Yes, there was the sweetie pie of everyone's eyes, Miss Dahlia Hearthstone. She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago. Order! 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 This is unbelievable. It's true, then the lovablest... Miss Faye! That's not fair! You can't slander my witness with the unrelated case. Winston Pale... Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking. Here, pardon me. Go right ahead. It's true about 8 months ago. The police expressed some interest in me. Expressed some interest, huh? Mr. Judge, sir, I know I am under oath, so I'll tell you the absolute truth. I did not commit the crime that occurred during that incident 8 months ago. I see. Okay. I tied the two crimes together. Now I just has to stay on the offensive. Well done, Mia. Oh, you finally lit a fire in my heart. And my buttocks. And maybe you should go to the bathroom, Mr. Grossberger. I can hardly tell which is more inflamed, my spirit or my hemorrhoids. Maybe you should go to the bathroom, Mr. Grossberger. I do not need to hear about your hemorrhoid problems. Guys. I think I know the significance of the necklace! It's where the poison was. I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment. That's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that's lethal at just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a special kind of poison. So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that. So that's what happened here 8 months ago. However, as you heard from the witness testimony, she has nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just about out of tricks. That is where you're wrong, Mr. Payne. I always have tricks up my sleeve. We eventually teach Phoenix right to bluff to the max. It's what we're good at. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne. But I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeve today. And I will be sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination. Yeah! What the? Why does the defense suddenly feel stronger? Ah, Mia, you are glowing with the true lawyer's aura, my dear. That proud posture and self-confidence, absolutely smashing. Now go take care of your hemorrhoid problems, Mr. Grossberger. This is about to get... I am on fire right now, baby! And your hemorrhoids are in danger. I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. What were you talking about with the defense attorney? Well, I'm sorry, but that's confidential. According to the report, you were being interviewed regarding another case. The lawyer that was killed, he said he wanted to talk about that incident I was caught up in when I was younger. Why didn't you tell us that? Why didn't you tell us all that? You tell us all what that incident was. That has absolutely nothing to do with this case. Objection sustained. The defense question is stricken from the records. You're getting involved in a lot of incidents, don't you, Miss Sawthorne? Well, I guess I was just born under a bad sign. Don't worry, Dolly! I'll protect you! Shut the fuck up, Phoenix! You've heard the man. Now that's true love, young lady. Oh, Feeny, please. Okay, those two really are making me ill. A bit for decidedly different reasons. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. How long were you gone? I already answered all those questions. I already answered all the questions for the police. But if you must know, maybe 10 or 20 minutes. And you were... And what were you doing in that stretch of time? Using the toilet? What are you saying, Miss Faye? Toilet! My perfect doll! Well, Dolly doesn't fit! Shut the fuck up, Phoenix! You've heard the defendant, Miss Faye. Better look next time. Oh, Feeny. Please. The police has already looked into this whole matter. This line in questioning is nothing but a waste of the court's time. Objection sustained. Miss Sarson, please continue with your testimony. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that was lethal at just 2 teaspoons. How about how much liquid is 2 teaspoons? Well, let me see. My bottle of eye drops says it's 1 fluid ounce, which is equal to 3 teaspoons. So it's about 2/3 of that amount, huh? The poison was found in the lawyer's mug of coffee. It must have been after I left the table. Someone must have quietly slipped it in there. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. A special kind of poison? How so? Well, I heard it was absolutely impossible to detect. And where would something like that come from? I'm sorry. All I know is that I overheard from the policeman saying. They said something about an advanced chemical possesses to purify it. Chemical process. Well, that's quite impressive. Most impressive. The better question is, how did the criminal get something like that? So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that. And the reason that's the reason they didn't arrest you, because no one could show you how. Because no one could show how you got in the poison. I think that's good enough reason, Madam Faye. She's right, and I think we all had enough of Miss Faye's questions. So in essence, the main reason Miss Hart was never arrested for the crime was because no one could show how she obtained the poison. That's all we have to do, find a way to establish how she gotten some, right? Great. Now just how to get lit. A student hold of poison of all things. A small bottle necklace given to Wright on the day they met. He shows it to everyone. Do we show the necklace? It's all I can think of. Alright, now I'm starting this whole savings thing. Because I know it has to be this. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that. Wait, a poison like that? You wouldn't know how to get a kind of poison. I don't believe you. What? In fact, you had an easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? At your boyfriend's lab. Boyfriend? You mean the victim, Doug Swallow? That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Mr. Arthur was dating Mr. Swallow. And if you recall, Mr. Swallow was a pharmacological student at Ivy University. Pharmacologically, his laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could have never attained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hartshorn, it seems like you have access. To such a poison after all. And then it was a matter of slipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done that was the one sitting at his very table. You. No! Order! Could it be? That has... No, but... May I say something, Madame Faye? What is it, Miss Hartshorn? The amount of poison in that coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that much of liquid, you need some kind of container. Well, yes, that's true. I was searched immediately after the incident took place. Quite true. In fact, the entire courtroom was turned upside down. But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they? She's right. They even mentioned that in the report. Well, you could have easily gotten rid of something like that. Something that small. Excuse me, madam, but this is a court of law. If you're saying I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show some kind of proof. Proof? She got me good with that. No, she didn't, Mia! You have the proof! The defendant gave it to ya! But with some evidence, Arl has to disallow this line of questioning, Miss Faye. Unless we can come up with some evidence, we're going to lose this lead. The police conducted a full body search of Dahlia and the entire courtroom, and yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred. You're going to accuse the young lady of committing a murder? Where is the container of poison carried in? What happened to it? You were forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why you passed it on to someone who had nothing to do with the case. Someone you knew who wouldn't be searched. Who is this person? Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course. The defendant? Was this witness's accomplice? Of course not. She gave the poison to him, disguised as a present. What? But that's... There's a charming little necklace. This is a little bottle. It's really quite cute. So what about it? What does this mean, Miss Faye? That day, the witness met and fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago. August 27th, the very same day as the poisoning incident. Under the pretense of love, the witness gave my client a present. And all the purpose of hiding the one piece of evidence that would give her away. What? What are you saying? There's a deadly poison in here? No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain if the crime lab were to analyze it, they would find the trace amount. No! Order in the court! Phoenix, on behalf of Dolly, I object! yourself. I don't believe you bullies her. I won't let you bully her like this. Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat. Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through with so much trouble to protect her? Why? Because I'm madly in love with her! Madly in love. I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time. Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia Sarner want to date you anyways? Well, I guess you must have been madly in love with me too. Mr. Wright, please open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone. The real reason that Dahlia Sarner is dating you? I want to say to keep you quiet. Naturally, it's to keep you quiet. What? Keep me quiet? Keep me quiet about what? Well, it seems that the rest of us don't quite understand you, Miss Fay. Nor do we understand what the vile secret that Miss Horn holds this. That's because there is no secret, I tell you. Ha! How dense can you be? Miss Fay, please think it over and try again. Yes, Your Honor. The reason that Dahlia is dating you is because of that necklace. Dahlia was not madly in love with you. Was not and is not madly in love with you. The only thing she's after is that bottle necklace you love to wear around your neck. My necklace? Back there in the waiting room, you said it yourself. Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. What's a strange girl asking for a present back like that? For Dahlia Sarhunt, that necklace is irrefutable evidence of her crime. That's why she's absolutely had to get it back. You're lying. But you never gave it to her. You never gave it back to her. And to make things worse for her, you insisted on showing it to everyone you met. That's why I don't believe you. No! This is a lie! I have to get down. Mia, are you right? The defendant! He's getting away! Philip, hurry! After him! Mia, are you alright? Yes, I think so. That boy, he went completely insane. Where's Mr. Wright? It looks like the ballast caught him, so he should be back soon. Thank goodness. Oh no! What is it? The bottle necklace! Miss Starhorn's present. It's gone! What? That's terrible. Mr. Wright must have grabbed it when he slammed into me. Foolish boy. That's the only thing that could have saved him. What in blazes are we supposed to do now? Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in the history of this court. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that your apology is not enough. Mr. Wright, what did you do with the bottle necklace? Forgive me. I'm sorry. It's okay. Just give back the necklace. I ate it. Phoenix! Jesus Christ! You what? You ate it? It was too big to swallow, so I had to chew on it a little bit first. But yeah. Ugh. Ugh. What is he doing now? Your Honor, you got to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? The bottle you swallowed may have had some poison left in it. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. It seems the defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. Clearly that bottle did not contain a deadly poison. How can you be so sure? Hee 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 hee. I think it's obvious. As you can see, the defendant is still very much alive. As for the poison, more like a fledgling defense attorney's overactive imagination. So it would seem. Phoenix, you son of a bitch. I'll understand soon enough in 5 years. No! There must be some mistake! The bottle must have not had any poison left in it. Either that, or the poison must have lost its potency. There. It's already, Ricky. It's all right, Ricky. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do. And it's heartwarming to see that you place this much faith in Mr. Wright. But that's how it is for us on the prosecution side, too. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Harstone, with my very life. Which is why I can state that your testimony of her is completely wrong. That's enough! Unfortunately, Miss Fay, I cannot accept your explanation of events. But why? This may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand. But in court of law, evidence is everything. After I prove so much, she's gonna get away with everything. Well, now, the suspicion surrounding Miss Harstone has been cleared up. I would like to proceed with the trial. Mr. Wright! I'm sorry, Miss Fay. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I know you believed in me, and I feel like I really let you down. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say? There's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? That day, the day I met Doug Swallow. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. It's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Last night, someone stole the poison from our lab. Poison? The same thing happened 8 months ago. A drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab that time too. It could only have been her. That girl is a thief. Stop it! Don't talk like her. Don't talk about her like that. Is it true? Did he really say that? That's ridiculous. There's one more thing. After I pushed him that day, I got worried and came back to have a look. And she was there. Dolly was right there. She was crouched down next to him. What? She told me not to ever tell anyone about it, but I'm sorry, Dolly. Your Honor, this is the defendant is Miss Fay. You tell them. Dolly didn't do it. She's innocent. Sorry, Phoenix. So Dolly stole poison 8 months ago too, huh? If you put it all together with Mr. Wright's testimony, then there's only one possible conclusion. The defense believes that Miss Dahlia Arnhart stole some poison on the night before she killed Doug Swallow. That night before. Naturally, her motive for stealing it was to kill someone. Miss Fay. We're sorry, Phoenix. If you're so certain of your theory, then let me ask you this. Mia, This is your last chance. Think carefully now. There's something that she desperately wants to get back. Therefore, exactly who was... Holy shit, she was planning to kill Phoenix! There was only one person that could standing squarely in Miss Dahlia Thorne's way. And that person was... Mr. Phoenix Wright. Me? That's impossible! After all, it was Doug Swallow that was murdered. Think again, Mr. Payne. Intentionally murdering the wrong person? Clearly. Well, it's sure that's how things worked out. But let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of electrocution, not poison. The person that Miss Sorrow was planning to poison, in fact. You, Phoenix, right? There's no one else it could have been. But how can that be? I thought Mr. Wright and Miss Sorrow were in love. Poor Mr. Wright. It must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring you to justice. I'll swear it. At least, as I said before, the only thing Miss Hartshorn truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to that incident 8 months ago. That's right. The bottle necklace. That's all she cared about. But even so, why would she go as far as to murder him? 8 months ago, just after the fall of that attorney in the basement cafeteria. Dahlia Thorne could only think of one thing. How to get rid of the bottle necklace as quickly as possible. No, it can't be. It was pretty good moves that she made, too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was one big problem. Although she got to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. To him, the tiny little bottle was a cherished treasure. He even showed it to everyone he met. You mean that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright? Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve that piece of evidence. That can't be true! Sorry, Phoenix. Feeny. What a joke you are. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your traps shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me. Miss Hartshorn, it appears that we're nearing the end of this trial. Fine, I can tell you plan on making me into a criminal, no matter what I say. You are a criminal, Miss Hartshorn. We'll see about that. But first, where's your evidence? It seems your Chanel little crybaby of a client has eaten the bottle as a snack. Well, hey, old man. Are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with that dumb little look on your face? Miss Hartshorn, what happened to you? Are you really that shocked? Or do you prefer me this way, Mr. Judge? Me? With absolutely no proof, you treat a voluntary witness as she's a mass murderer. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now, if you don't mind. But we're not finished. Fine. Then ask this nasty old hag to finish it up already. I can't let her get away this time. Stop, Mia. If you keep pushing without any evidence, you could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer. The ultimate price. You'd be forced to take off your attorney badge forever, I'm afraid. No! You better think over it carefully, Miss Fay. Or should I say, Miss Gray? Well, Miss Fay, could you provide evidence that would establish her guilt once and for all? If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over. But to be honest, at this point, I don't have evidence that's well-founded. Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with murder. Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof. Impossible! You can't possibly! A stupid woman. It's the opinion of the court here has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I will allow only one piece of evidence to be presented. Just one? If you are unable to establish her guilt, then I'm afraid that very harsh verdict will be immediately handed down on Mr. Wright. I understand, Your Honor. I can't just imagine the headlines for tomorrow's newspaper. An up-and-coming lawyer plummets to the earth before she gets the chance to soar. She's planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there. Well then, Miss Fay, please present your evidence. Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that will prove her guilt once and for all. Cold Killer X? Phoenix Wright's beloved cold medicine? He. Does our rookie defense attorney have a bit of a cold? If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned. What? Remember what the defendant said in his testimony? But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime that day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. She would have been the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. Then she poisoned it, knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some. Now you're really grasping the straws. After all, it was the victim, Doug Swallow, that was holding the medicine. I would like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Sawstone hide the evidence? Huh? What are you talking about? 8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which then she gave to someone else for safekeeping. Someone she accidentally ran into in the reading room. My client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. That's when the murderer, Dahlia Sarhan, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poisoned bottle of Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she could carry out her plan to murder Mr. Wright. I believe she did testify she was going to meet with the defendant. Yes, and she heard and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and the victim were arguing about, and cut the electrical cable. Then she realized, I can't allow... She used the several electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is when the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had lost the scene of the crime, came back to check on the victim. And on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she put it, in a state of panic. Recalling that she was carrying that bottle of poison cold medicine, she must have thought, what if they searched me like they did 8 months ago? 8 months ago? Yes, she disposed of the evidence exactly the same way as she did back then. She had someone else hold it. In this case, Doug Swallow. Oh, come on now, everyone. Surely you aren't fooled, are you? This stupid woman, she's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? Uh-huh. Yes, that's exactly right. This is just pure deprecation. I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Mr. Hearthstone, this cold medicine, I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some. Well, Mr. Wright ate the necklace of yours, right? No, it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, stinking liar, then there's no need to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now. My fate! My fate! Do you think you've won? Well, do you, Maya Fey? That's just fine. For this time being. Victory is yours. For the time being. Well, I have a very long memory, you know. You and I will meet again. I'm certain of it. No, we won't. Maybe we will. Well, then, Mr. Judge, I will see you later too, okay? Huh? Here? Why, yes. I'm going to spend a lot of quality time with Men in Blue now. I wish you all the best. Phew! It's finally all over. I refuse to accept this! The defendant hasn't shown a scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claim. But even so, your witness seemed to have accepted it. I don't care! I'm Winston Payne! And I don't believe one word this rookie lawyer has said. Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this. Yes. Would you care to try this cold medicine? What? Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said, There's, alright. It's alright, rookie. For example, I would trust a witness, Miss Hearthstone, with my very life. So if she was so trustworthy, then I'm sure there's possibly there could be any poison in here, right? Well, you see, yes. And there comes the back pedal. Come on now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. How much do you trust? Do you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life? Yeah. My hair! My beautiful hair! Ah! And there's the Mr. Payne we all come to know and love 5 years from now. Mr. Payne, about Miss Dahlia Sarthorn. Yes, Your Honor. I'll file papers with her immediate arrest. Tragic, but not surprising. I knew there was something suspicious from her from the very beginning. Don't lie, just admit you were wrong. By the way, Miss Fay. Yes, Your Honor? Was it just me? Or do you and Miss Dolly Hart seem to know each other? Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case. Very well. Mr. Payne? This can't be happening. This is a nightmare. It's like losing to my daughter. Oh, he has a daughter? It appears Mr. Payne has lost his spirit along with his hair. There! That's our Mr. Payne! That's the Mr. Payne, Mr. Phoenix Wright comes to play. Does the defendant have anything further to say? It can't be true. My dear Dolly! Very well, then. I believe I'm ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty! I'm not throwing this because I have to use this. Because we are not finished yet. Because I am going to continue with the first day's investigation of the next trial. The court is adjourned. This court is adjourned. Actually, we've been live for like 3 hours. No, I'll continue with day one's investigation. Maya, you were wonderful in there. Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossberger. During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode, like Mr. Mount Venus. Mr. Grossberger, do you, maybe think you could stop talking about them? That's rather rude. Maybe you should go get your hemorrhoids checked out? Anyways, this case made me really think. What does it really mean to have a relationship of mutual trust with the client? Perhaps it is we veteran lawyers who has lost sight of this. Oh, Mr. Wright! Congratulations! Thanks. I was thinking. Go on. That dolly that I saw up there on the witness stand. I don't think that was really her. What? Yeah, the dolly I know could never have said those kinds of terrible things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fake or something. Boy, this poor kid still hasn't got a clue. You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright, for your own sake. Yeah, you're right. That's probably for the best. Also, you need to relax a bit more. I try to grow up a little. But, out of all my friends, everyone says I'm the most grown up. Yeek, what kind of company does this guy keep? No, let's see, there's butts. Yep, that's all I can think of. Oh, wait, hold on, I got the butts in the line right here. My life is over, Nick! There we go. Right now, I'm studying to become a lawyer myself. That's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in the art department. Well, yeah, I am. But there's a friend that I desperately want to help. And if I hurry, then I should still be able to save him in time. I see. Same, Miss Faye. A lawyer is someone who can help people when they are in trouble, right? Mr. Wright, I'm still new at this myself. But I think that's exactly what a lawyer is. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. I hope. I hope we see each other again someday. Maybe even in court. It's been 5 years since I was acquitted of all charges. I became a lawyer like I planned and managed even to save my friend. But Mia has passed to a better place. For me, this trial brings up a lot of painful memories. But it also brings up some very precious ones. And the memories that I thought would never rise to the surface again. Mia is gone now. But even so, I can hear her in my mind. Phoenix, no matter what, always believe in your client. But what about my Engarde? In court of law, your greatest weapon is your belief. 5 long years. Something has happened that made me think back to her words of wisdom. But that is a story for another day. Alright. Alright, cool. Now let's start some notes. Because we're going to continue on with day one's investigations. Okay, so episode 2, the stolen turnabout. Yes, I do. And we're out of, so here we are. Her racing over our original ones. The time is 1 a.m. Beep, We made it! Phew! What a relief. Glad the jewels are still safe. Ho ho! You said it, pal. Must have been our rock-solid security that scared him off. Would you mind opening the safe just to double-check? Wow, that's insecure. Ah! We had it! Out front! Guards! Turn on the searchlights! Ah ha 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 ha! Better luck next time, gentlemen! Is that Maximum Gargatia? Ha 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 ha! Excuse me, but I'm afraid I must be leaving now. We shall meet again when the moon is next full. Ha 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 ha! Mass de Muscask. Ha 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 ha! October 11th, 3:24 p.m. Brighton Co. Law Offices. Hey, Nick! Get a load of this! Hey, are you listening to me? You can clean the toilet later. This is important! What are you freaking out about now? Hee. Today will be the last time you talk to me that way. Huh? We're about to hit the big time! Big time? And what do you mean, we? You don't mean you and me are... Ha! Don't be silly! I'm talking about you and... Pearly, of course! Oh, it's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Nick. Pearls! You've changed a bit. Wait, what are you doing here anyways? Haven't you heard, Mr. Nick? Here, take a look at this! What's this? Some kind of poster? Huron Village. Isn't that... That's right. It's our hometown, Pearly and mine, that is. What's about this treasure from the boonies? Ha ha! Very funny. You can laugh all you want. But you'll be singing another tune tonight. Tonight? What about tonight? The treasure of the Huron exhibit doesn't actually start until next week. But the promoter sent us some special VIP entry passes. That's why we dressed up extra special today. What do you think, Nick? Same Maya, different day. This young lady here is Maya Fey. The younger sister of Mia Fey, my friend and mentor. I first met her 2 years ago. I was working on the case surrounding Mia's death, and ever since then, I've been the one who's been keeping the law office afloat from behind the scenes. Actually, that's just a cover for her true identity. In reality, she's a spirit medium, and a bit of a shady character. Hey, who are you calling shady? You've been arrested on the suspect of murder twice, Maya! I only got once! Okay, that's a lie, I'm also twice. But that's because I was covering for your butt one time, too. Because I was proven murderers. Maya, please, for the love of God, do not be arrested on the suspect of murder again! I can't handle you being always arrested for suspect of murder. And this little girl is Pearls Faye. But I usually call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin and a spirit medium in training herself. I know I'm a bit young, but I want to help in any way I can, Mr. Nick. Huron Village is the hometown of the mysterious Huron channeling technique. And Maya here is the daughter of the Huron's channeling master. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's no joke. I have seen her power with my very own eyes. It's the real thing, alright. Here's the Nick. How long are you gonna make us two gorgeous women wait? Like us wait. Yeah, Mr. Nick, I can't wait any longer. I want to see the exhibit. Looks like I don't have a choice here. Might as well head out. October 11th, 7/18/20 Lordy Taylor, main exhibit hall. Lordy Taylor, the city's fanciest and most expensive department store. Treasure exhibit, huh? I have to admit, I'm pretty impressed. Wow. This is awesome! Yeah, you can make even the cheapest junk look great. It all depends on how you display it. Oh, they even have the dusty old hanging scroll that was in the Fay Manor storeroom. Oh yeah, I remember this. I remember scribbling on it when I was a little girl. On a family heirloom. Say, Nick, the person in charge of this exhibition is waiting for us in the basement warehouse. All right. I guess we should go and say hello. Examine! Oh, Mystic Maya, look! I can't believe it! Ah, it's so cute! It's a little diorama of Kiran Village. Yeah, it looks like that. But somehow it seems to be a reek of dreariness. Oh, Mystic Maya! That's your house! It even says Fay Manor on it. Yikes! You're right. I kind of want to add the famous in front of it. Don't you do it, Maya. They might get mad. There's just a bunch of old urns. Are these really treasures too? Of course they are. This is the treasure exhibit, isn't it? Well, yeah, I guess so. So all it takes to be a treasure is age. No wonder why nobody likes museums. I think I remember this old folding screen here. I'm pretty sure it was an important piece of evidence in that murder case that happened in Kiran Village. This folding screen is the greatest of all the spirit channeling secrets. The six-leaf Kiran sacred writing folding screen. If it's so secret, then why is it the most prominent thing in the exhibit? With this big cushion. What's with this big cushion? It's just lying around with nothing on it. Well, it must be for the greatest treasure of all. The greatest treasure? Is there something like that? Huh? Why, of course there is. Right, Pearly? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I would bet it would really take your breath away. A piece of cloth with a ton of fancy written characters jammed onto it. Probably Scott's knowledge. Only mediums of you. Let's see. Here's the title in English. 108 Ways to Save Money. I'm pretty sure the number has gone up since last time I saw it. Well, we're always looking for new ways, you know. Being a medium sounds like a rough way of life. Oh, I thought Maya would come back and be like, so is being a defense attorney? And I'd be like, fight, yeah. October 11th, Lordy Taylor's basement warehouse. Yep, this is a basement warehouse, alright. This place is scary. I feel like a monster could jump out at any time. Don't be scared, Pearly. I'll protect you. Oh, Mr. 8. Eek! A monster! You're right! Huh? A monster? Good evening. It's good to see you again. You. I know you. Nice to see you again too, little miss. Hello. Is she a friend of yours, Nick? And how do you know her, Pearly? Oh, right. Maya was kidnapped during that whole case. Nice to meet you too. I'm Adrian Andrews. I'm in charge of the promotion planning. The promotion and planning of this treasure exhibit. I'm also responsible for security arrangements. Oh, nice to meet you. Adrian sure has changed since we last met. So, this is the warehouse. This is a really valuable exhibit items are stored away in here. It's really been a long time, hasn't it, Mr. Wright? Nick, what's going on? Who is this woman? Why are you freaking out on me? Oh, right, you were kidnapped. What? I just thought it'd been more dramatic if I got all worked up, that's all. Mystic Maya, you shouldn't let him off the hook so easily. Please, Maya, don't say anything like that. That needle's pearls further. Mr. Wright was there for me when I really needed help. It was something that happened 7 months ago. You remember, don't you? The Nickel Samurai case? Not really. I was stuck in a dark wine cellar. Do you need that escape? Did that escape your memory, Nick? After that, I quit being a manager and started this job. Wow, that's tough. I'm sorry, Miss Andrews. If it wasn't for us. No, don't say that. I'm glad the whole thing happened. Thanks to you and everyone else that was involved, I was able to change my whole life. I really am grateful. Phew, that's a relief. She may not be cut out for the manager business. I'm really impressed, Miss Andrews. Handling a huge exhibit like this must be very tiring. Well, Lordy Taylor's is celebrating their 200th anniversary this year. The works on display in the main exhibit hall are the finest museums. Woohoo! Did you hear that, Pearly? The finest museum. Yes, I did. That's really wonderful. So this is the basement and warehouse is very well protected, huh? Of course it is. After all, there's some priceless treasures here. The security guards are all very highly trained as well. That sounds good. So what's with the face she's making? Okay, so we still have our Magmatala. So we probably will have some psyche locks. Let's examine things. This computer, it looks like it's hooked up to the security camera above. And that means what? The camera is set up to take photos of anyone who goes in or out of the storage room. Then data from the camera gets uploaded to this computer here. That's what. I see. That's some pretty high-tech stuff. It's a security camera. It's trained on the warehouse door. It's set up there to take a picture of anyone who enters or exits the door. An ounce of preservation is worth a pound of cure, they say. I'm sure that security camera will be of most importance. It looks like part of a big signboard. All I can read on it is burr. Aha! I got it! Maybe it's supposed to say hamburger. Why would anyone write hamburger that big? Like, maybe for the World Hamburger Festival or something. I kind of doubt it. Aha! I got it! Maybe it says spaghetti. Why are you talking about food? Oh, wait. That's normal for you. Anyways, it says burr. There's no way it could have said spaghetti. Well, maybe it was a typo. Might have said spaghetti festival. What do you think? There's still no B in there. Okay, to me, besides spaghetti is the only thing that's more tangled than your reasoning. Look, a ladder. It's a step ladder. That's a step ladder. So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on a narrow mile of speculations, Nick. Right. Sorry. Why do I feel like we had this exact conversation somewhere before? Twice! It's like every game I have to click on the step ladder. Mr. Nick, what's that big door over there? It looks like there's a door to the actual storage room. I can see lots of big boxes and stuff back there. Really? Let's go in. I want to take a look. Oh, I'm sorry. Unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in there. Did you hear that, Nick? We're unauthorized personnel. Why are you telling me that? It says origami. No, it doesn't, sis. It says organize. You can't just see the last two letters. Yeah. I guess no one else could read it either, because this place is a mess. Yeah. You must, right at home, huh? God damn it, Maya. Mystic Maya! Take a look next to the door. That's Mystic Maya, right? Yes, that's the statue of the woman who invented the Kiran channeling technique, Amy Faye. That statue is on loan from one of the training halls in the Faye Branch family. In fact, it's just arrived this morning. Okay, thank you. Thank you for... What's this creepy-looking thing that she's holding? Don't ask me. How should I know? Well, you are the future master, right? Maybe so, but this is the first time I've ever seen this statue. That thing is the Kiran the Shishio. It's a ceremonial sword. It's not a real weapon, so the blade isn't sharp. Aw, phooey. I wanted to cut something. How would you cut it with a sword like that? What are you eyeing me for? I swear to God, Maya, if I have to defend you one more time. Oh, look. It's already 8 o'clock. Have you all eaten yet? Well, actually, Maya's gonna butt in. I've already made a reservation at the restaurant on the 12th floor. Why don't we all dine together? Oh, I like the sound of that. Dine. That's so fancy. Maya, you're such a glutton. I'll have the kids' lunch. Pearly, it's dinner, not lunch. Why don't you go for it? And really eat your fill with a kid's dinner? Okay, in that case, one kid's dinner for me. Shall we head upstairs then? After the pleasant evening, all that remains was to wait for the expedition's opening. It was wonderful seeing Miss Andrews looking so happy. None of us could have imagined that the very next day something terrible would happen. October 12th, 10:09 a.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. Nick! This is terrible! What the? You're cleaning the toilet again? I never knew you were such a toilet freak. Give me a break, would you? My brain has just hit the snooze button for the 5th time. I'm gonna turn on the TV. We got an update on the recent treasure seize. Based on the clues found at the scene of the crime, authorities have announced they believed it was the work of the reformed phantom thief Mask de Miasco. Masquerade the Mask. According to the spokesman, Lordy Taylor received a threat letter some days ago. The 5th heist by the phantom thief, who only targets the rarest treasures. The Lordy Taylor? Well, Nick, what are you gonna do? Don't you dare go back scrubbing the toilet. Treasure, Lordy Taylor, you don't think. Yes, now get up, Nick. It was stolen by Mask de Masque. Of course, our most valuable treasure. The Kiran sacred urn was stolen! What? Refresh my memory a little. What is this sacred urn? It was only the most important treasure in the Kiran village. That's all. Look, it's right here on this poster. Don't you remember what's inside? Inside the urn that contains a very important soul. namely the soul of Mystic Amaya Faye, the founder of the Kiran channeling technique. Right, Pearly? Yes, that's right. Hold up. I thought that urn had the name Amai written on it. Now it says I am. Any idea how that happened, Pearly? Huh? There was some things left unsolved. Best left unsolved. Wouldn't you say, Mr. Nick? Pearly broke it. That's right. 1 year ago, there was a murder in Huron Village, Maya's hometown. The sacred urn, it turned to be an important clue in that case. Okay, the toilet is shinier than the judge's head, so let's see what's next. What's wrong with you, Nick? What do you mean? What do you mean, Mr. Nick? Your beloved Mystic Maya's treasure has been stolen. Doesn't that even bother you? But I thought the urn was the village's treasure, so I don't see how. The village is Mystic Maya's. She's the future master of the Kiran School of Channeling. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Nick. I won't let you say you don't. Oh, okay, I do. So what am I supposed to do about it? Isn't it obvious? Go and find the bad guy who did this. Yeah, and get that sacred urn back. But I'm not a detective. I'm a lawyer. This has nothing to do with this. If you're a real gentleman, you would find it for your beloved Mystic Maya. Man, oh man. There's no winning against Pearl's fairy tale mansion of love. So what's the name of this bad guy again? Mask de Mask. De Mask. Make a note of it. She told me to make a make a note of it, so I'm making a note of it. It was terrible. I was arrested and everything. Please don't be arrested again, Maya. 1 year ago, the murder in Kiran Village. A man was killed during one of Maya's spirit channelings, and this urn would end up being a key piece of evidence that proved her innocence. Mr. Nick, wouldn't you mind not telling Mystic Maya about that? You promised, remember? You said you wouldn't tell anyone I broke the urn. Oh yeah, that's right. Now I remember, this urn used to say Amaya on it. Until Pearl accidentally broke it into a million pieces. She tried to secretly fix it. Let's just say it didn't work out so well. Sorry, I'm not good at arts and crafts spelling either. Anyways, this is how her gluing project turned out. She put the pieces together wrong, and now instead of "I'm me," it says "I am." I can't believe no one noticed it until now. A whole year later. I can't believe it myself. Well, when in doubt, we gotta shove evidence in our face. Is this thing really all that valuable? It looks like, well, kind of junky if you ask me. But it's got the soul of Mystic Amai, the founder of our channeling technique. So how much do you think I could get for it? What? Sell the sacred urn? You know, I never thought about that. Hey, Pearly, make a note of that. Ways to save money. Tip 109. Sell treasure whenever possible. whenever possible. Check. Somehow, I think Maya is going to be searching for a buyer for a long time. You know, I didn't even know the statue existed until a while ago. Didn't Andrian say it's from the Fae family's branch training hall or something? Yes, there's actually a lot of training halls scattered all over the country. Hidden away deep in isolation mountains. Why does it always have to be desolate mountains? Is this thing really all that valuable? It looks kind of both junky to me, if you ask me. Alright. Okay, what do we have for profiles? Ah, us. You're not very photogenic, are you? Hey! I guess that's the end of the conversation. Okay. Sis, I really miss her. Was Mystic Mia, was she a really good lawyer? Yeah, she was awesome. She taught Nick everything he knows. You should train hard and try to make her proud, Mr. Nick. I do every day, Pearls. Yeah, I'll do my best. You can join me on my next trip to a freezing waterfall. I hate to break it to her, but I don't think being frozen in the boat helps in court. I'm gonna have to really buckle down and get serious. Well, you're the future master of the Kiron channeling technique, after all. Yeah, that, and I have to play the part of Big Sister too, for Pearly and you, Nick. What? Do I look like I was born yesterday? Pearly is such a cutie, isn't she, Nick? Yep. And she's smart too, just like yours, Shirley. She's got quite a future ahead of her. I bet she'll be president someday. A president that can channel past presidents. That might just come in handy. Yo, that actually would. She certainly seems grateful to you, Nick. Well, she was a pretty tight spot during the terrible ordeal. Actually, I'm grateful to her too. It sounds like you're not telling me something. I'm gonna take a good look at the case next time the case file next time I get. Alright, also, new game, new tradition. Gotta do it. We're gonna do it every case. Difficult looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. Actually, I neglected them for a long time, so they're covered in a layer of dust. Maybe I should actually try reading them once in a while. Hey, Nick! This is no time for reading. Good, Mr. Nick, you'd always read later. I guess I won't be getting any peace and quiet even to read until I find that urn. It's my desk. I don't get to use it much, so the dust bunnies are starting to mount their assault. Maybe I should wipe them out with a few well-placed wipes with my cleaning rag. Hey, Nick, are you trying to make me upset? Yeah, Mr. Nick. If you're worried about cleaning, please leave it to me. At least Pearls is good at cleaning. I guess I better go find the urn. An old movie poster. So we did replace it with... apparently, this was the first movie that made Maya cry when she saw it. It was a long time ago. Maya watched it recently, and she cried all night, too. Which I guess is why it's back up on the wall. I have to check it. Out one of these days. Charlie, a quite decorative plant. When she was alive, Mia really loved it. She even went out so far to make it our mascot. Our plant's a mascot! Heck yeah! It must be nice to be a plant. Just be able to sit there in the sun and photosynthesize. Hey, Nick! No time for daydreaming! That's right, Mr. Nick, no time for daydreaming. Oh man, until I find that urn, they're not going to give me a second apiece. There's a giant building outside of the window. It's the Gatewaters Hotel, a high-class luxury hotel. The chain is getting so rich, they bought a whole chunk of the next town over, and started building a huge theme park. It's going to be called Gatewater Land. And to think that 2 years ago, it was just a little hotel for businessmen that a murder was seen from. Alright, I'm done in the office for now. October 12th, Lordy Taylor, main exhibit hall. Right, let's see if we can find some clues that might lead us to the bad guy. But it doesn't look like anything has been disturbed. Yeah, looks pretty much the same as it did last night. Bad guy, huh? Hey, you can't poke me around here, pal. Wait a minute, that voice. Oh no, not him again! It's you! And why should I? And why shouldn't you? Why am I the only one who should be saying not again? Why is it that every time something bad happens, you always show up, pal? I should be asking you that. Aren't there any other detectives? No, I should be asking you that. What are you doing hanging around here? Hey, I asked you first. Why are you here All right, we got it. Why don't you two just kiss and make up? That was a good one, Maya. Hello? It's been a long time, Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh, it's you, little missy. Pearls. Actually, my name is Gumshoe. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Now it's a good chance for you to try to remember it right. And if it's too long for you, you can just call him Dick. Okay, good to see you again, Mr. Detective Dick. Mr. Detective Dick. Yeah, good to see you too again, I guess. Mr. Detective Dick, can you tell us what happened? Oh, you're trying to remember my name. I'll hurt the girl. It's just Gumshoe, okay? Anyways, the thief stole something called the Sacred Urn. I know about that. Oh, well, the criminal name is Masque de Miasque. I know about that too. Detective, can't you tell us something other than that? Well, I guess I sort of kind of owe you guys in a way. The crime occurred last night around 1:30 in the morning. How exactly do you know that? We got an emergency phone call from the guard at the scene of the crime, pal. He said, oh, thank God it's with him. If it was her, I would have cried. The scene of the crime? You mean here, right? Wrong. That urn was being kept under careful guard at the basement's warehouse. Basement warehouse, huh? So who was guarding the basement warehouse? That guy! It was all his fault! The thief got away, pal! He solves one case and gets a swell head, thinking that he's an ace detective. A ace detective? Hey, Detective Gumshoe. About this Masque de Miasque. Is he famous? What? You're joking, right, Nick? Master is the hottest thing sliced bread. I don't recall sliced bread being hot. Sometimes he appears as a museum guard. Sometimes he appears to be a big brown bear to surprise unsuspecting victims. But underneath those disguises is the true Masque de Masquerade. So he's some kind of master of disguise, huh? And he only goes the finest work of art, pal. Last night was his 5th heist. If Lordy Trail only had cooperated, I would have caught him this time. What? Then you knew he was planning on stealing the urn. Of course I did. The guy always sends his calling card before stealing something. Calling card, huh? They mentioned that on TV. So why did you call him an ace detective anyways? That's what he calls himself, pal. I didn't make it up. So what's he like? like I told you, Mas de Masque has made 5 heists so far. All on the first heist, Mr. Ace Detective managed to get the stolen treasure back. Wow, that's impressive. All by himself? Yeah, I gotta admit, pal, maybe he is really good at, as he says. Every time the C sends one of his calling cards, we send our men out on the stakeout. But none of us have ever gotten such a glimpse of that guy. But Mr. Ace Detective was able to retrieve a stolen treasure from the thief. Anyways, he's at the scene of the crime right now, looking for clues. So he's down in the basement warehouse, huh? So what's this calling card? Here it is. But don't show it to anyone. It's top secret, okay, pal? What's this mark on the front? It's the Masque de Masque's signature emblem, pal. You could say it's his mark. All of his calling cards have got them on them. They didn't mention that on the TV news flash. We're withholding that detail from the public for operational reasons. The only way we can tell if the calling card is real or not is by this album. So that way he does that. So that way they're hiding it from the public, so that the public doesn't like recreate it and like try to like pin stuff on him. That makes sense. When you get famous, there's always imitators. Mr. Nick, if you work a little harder, then maybe you could have your own copycat someday. Thanks, I guess. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to be shoving some shit on you. To be honest, pal, there's something that bugs me. What's that? All the other items that were stolen by Mas de Masque were the ones were ones even I have heard of. They were all world-famous treasures. The Tear of Almon, the Crown of Plialga, the Secret Urn of Kiron is famous too, right, Pearly? Of course! Everyone in Kiron Village knows about it. Sounds like we got an unpredictable thief on our hands. What about this? Sorry, pal. I didn't get much sleep last night and my brain's not really working right. Somehow I don't think sleep would really fix the problem. Hey, keep it down. You might have a really good hearing from all you know. And he might get mad if he heard. I can hear everything you're saying, pal. Okay. Remember, don't tell anyone about that emblem, okay, pal? Does the thief ever send these to the police? No, always to the victims. Up until now, the victims have always come to us looking for help, though. That's not what happened this time, you mean? You got that right, pal. Listen up. If you guys ever get one of these calling cards, I want you to come to us right away. Got me? Yeah, sure. Pretty goofy looking face, if you ask me. Hey! What are you doing carrying that around with you anyways? It's not like we ever need it. She's got a point. Oh, that's Mia Fey. She was truly a beautiful person, pal. Huh? You knew her? You knew my sis? Sure. Everyone in the police force knew her. We all lost a great friend that day. Mr. Scruffy Detective? I just got something in my eye. I'm not crying. Sure, Gumshoe. Yep, it's fine. It's fine, buddy. What about this person? Sorry, pal. I didn't get much sleep last night and my brain's not okay. Okay. Got nothing to say about Adrian. You were a big part of that case too, detective. You saved our butts. What about this person? Wow, nothing to say about yourself. We're not going to talk about your weight or anything? I've been on this guy's tail ever since his first heist, pal. Yeah, you're doing a really good job. I can see it. Oof. what do you say? This was like his fifth highest. You're doing good, Gumshoe. You're doing good. Listen, pal, if you want to jump high, you first gotta crouch down, alright? I'm a little frustrated right now, but I'll make it much sweeter than when I catch him. Anyways, that's what I keep telling myself every day. Good luck, Mr. Detective Dick. I believe in you. Aw, aren't you sweet? You're the only one who's ever said that. The only one? That's kind of sad if you think about it. Alright, I'm done shoving evidence in your face. Moving along, time to meet this. October 12th, Lordy Taylor, Basement Warehouse. No matter how many times I come here, this place always gives me the chills. That's probably because it's the air conditioner, to protect the air pieces, you know. Welcome to my private little boutique of chaos. Huh? What the heck does that mean? I'm afraid I have very little to offer, but please, make yourselves at home. Who are you anyways? Shh, silence. He must be this ace detective. You better not take Gumshoe's place as the greatest detective of this game. Or at least comic relief. Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What do you see? Joshi! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium. Neither very advanced at their trade. What the fuck you say to me, boy? Okay, it's true what you said about Mia, but I won 8 of my 9 cases so far. And that's only because in Ned's case, I was dealing with a psychopath who was actually a murderer. Well, not technically a murderer, but he was the black. But, he was the mastermind behind, all of it, and it was a big deal. Am I wrong? Yikes! That's scary. How do you know that? How, you say? The universal skeptic would say, has nothing but a question of why. I'm a traveler of both time and space, and a swimmer of dreams. What's he talking about? I can't make heads or tails of it. Without further ado, let me fulfill what be the first duty of any gentleman, and introduce myself. The name's Amity, Luke Amity. I feel like that there's a pun there. Ace detective. Oh, hi? Don't let me intimidate you, Nick! Stand up and show you what you're made of! The name's right. Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney! We said the name of the game, y'all! Roll credits! I'm Maya Faye. Ace Spirit Medium. And I'm, Pearl Faye. I'm Mystic Maya's cousin. And, Spirit Medium, Ace Apprentice. Excellent. Well then, shall we begin our little game? I'm just here because those two will not stop talking about it until I get their case back. So we're gonna have to play game. What does the phrase "oh, in charge of a baker" doesn't come to mind with this guy? Sorry, I'm gonna examine things first. Tisk, sir lawyer, please refrain from such cruel behavior. Huh? What do you mean? This criminal is an artist. This crime scene is a canvas with upon he paints. Only I, Ace of the enemy, have an eye which is educated to read through the signs. Could you translate that for me, Nick? I think he pretty much said don't touch anything, you amateurs. If there's something you wish to know about, you have to ask Amity. I know everything there is to know about my rival Masque de Masque. What do I do now? Does he have any top secret information? Stuff that only a real criminal buff would know? I'll think about what I'll ask him when I'll listen to what Mr. Ace detective has to say. So this is why we talk to people first and shove evidence on their face first. So are you really as famous as you say? Of course, for a lawyer. You have a rather shocking lack of knowledge about the world. So then why haven't you been a part of any of our cases up until this point? And don't give me that bullshit that Gumshoe's been taking all the cases because of Edgeworth and Francesca at this point then. I have no idea anyone was left in that city has not heard of me. Look at me. You got a big pointy nose, you weirdo. I'm Mask de Masque's arch enemy, the ace attorney, Luke Amity. At this moment, there are two mighty figures which loom large over this grand city. One embodies the nefarious force of darkness, the other the angelic cherubies of light. Boy, I'm really lost. What's he saying, Nick? I've been personally on the heels of this villain since his first crime. After learning this criminal's patterns, I saw his every last loathsome uncertainty. Even I returned the target of his tyranny, the portray of Maltrica to this crime scene. And I did it all myself. I took it back from Masquerade. With my brawny mind and my brilliant muscle. Yeah, they mentioned on the news. In the Great People Around Town segment. They said that the museum gave you an incredible jewel as a reward. Well, compared to the treasure that I retrieved from him, not much. So, in the end, the only thing that makes you great is your own self-praise. Oh, tell us what you know about Masquerade. Keep it simple, please. Like about how I have devoted my life to supporting his dastardly deeds. Last night, here in the bowels of this store, we were locked in the most glorious battle. I see. Huh? Hang on a second. You were here last night? Here, in Lordy Taylor. Naturally, wherever Masquerade goes, you'll find Amity laying in his elegant traps. Elegant traps, more like Masquerade does elegance you and made a beautiful getaway. But this time, I allowed him to escape with the illusion of victory. I wonder if I should ask him about what happened last night in more details. Yeah. Can you tell us exactly what happened here last night? But, of course, after all, I always say there should be no secrets between aces. Hey, we just said we were the ace attorneys so that we could say the name of the game, you know? Flattery will get you nowhere in Pinocchio. First, I received a request for my services 20 days ago. And it was 10 days ago that we received Masquerade's calling card. Huh? You were hired before the calling card even arrived? Yes, and you see, the person who hired me is quite rigorous and thorough. That's Adrian for you. A mere 10 days after hiring me, her worst promotions were realized. A calling card arrived, right? Yes, so Ace Detective Lamb, I set a trap for the thief right in the warehouse, and waited for him, alone. Alone? But why? Why didn't you go to the police for help? Ridiculous. Why would I seek help from such a singular useless group of nincompoops? You got a lot of nerves. After all, it was you that let Masquerade get away. I always operated alone and concealed, out of sight of the others. Concealed? Precisely. Even the guards on duty here were unaware of my presence. To fool your enemy, first you must fool your friends. It's my own original proverb. Anyways, back to what happened last night. As I was saying, I hid here in the warehouse and waited for the thief to arrive. But I swear to you, not a solidarity came through the entrance. Nevertheless, the secret urn disappeared. But that's impossible. How could it just disappear? How, you ask? Don't be ridiculous, sir lawyer. Wait, that's Ace Attorney to you? If I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't be here. For someone who seriously messed up his own stakeout, he's rather full of himself. So you're saying that even though the ones who came through those doors last night, our precious urn was still somehow vanished under your nose? That's just not possible. I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful. But I have no interest in finding evidence against my arch rival. Nah, it's okay. It's just a bit of piddling evidence hog. That's his defense style. A piddling evidence hog? You say. In that case, I'd simply be wasting my breath. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks, Maya. Why couldn't you say that I was a rival and not a piddling evidence hog? Do not fear, young lady. I promise I shall retrieve your urn. Thank you, Detective Amity. I'm counting on you. The final round between Detective Luke Amity and Mask Day Mask is set to begin. Still, there's something funny about this guy. Yeah, but don't forget, he managed to retrieve treasure from the last heist. Yes, I even have a video that details my whole role in the affair. I recorded it directly from the news. No, thanks. I'm sorry, I can't be more. Now, if you're a young lady, okay. Directly from the news, can I interest you in a copy? No, thanks. Mask Day Masquerade calling card. It's got his symbol printing on it, right? Quite impressive, but I wouldn't expect nothing less from my arch rival. I'm surprised you see you're in possession of top secret piece of information. Well, we got an ace lawyer and an ace spirit medium, and Maya, please. I prefer ace attorney. It sounds way cooler. And an ace cousin apprentice here. Yes, indeed. I think I could learn to like you, my fellow ace professionals. We just said that because we wanted to sound cool, okay? Shush. Also so that I could say the name of the game. I don't know if I really want this guy to like us. Ever. Well, sir lawyer? I've been told that you are pursuing after the mysterious thief. Well, I'm not sure you would... That's right! We're going to find the secret urn no matter what we have to do. Excellent. I will trust you. I will permit you to look around while I investigate somewhere else. If you by chance should discover something of value, then return to my office. My office of earthly delights. The Amity Detective Agency. The office of earthly delights. Well then, sir lawyer, if you excuse me, I have much to do. Wait a minute! He's gone. I don't like the idea of doing this guy's work for him. Come on, Nick. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Let's hurry up and investigate before he changes his mind. I want to go to his office, too. Take me with you, okay? that pathetic looking wooden box. Ah! That's the box that had the secret urn in it! Don't touch it. There may be clues to the deceased's identity on here. I worked so hard to make that box. Huh? You made that poor excuse for a box, Maya? What's that supposed to mean? That urn had always been on its stand in a winding way of the Fae Minor, so there was no box suitable for it, Mr. Nick. And I was so proud of it. Poor Maya. Maybe it'd be better if Master A has taken the box too. Wow, this is awesome. Did Miss Andrews say it? What did Miss Andrews say it was called again? The Shishitio. It was literally, which is literally the seventh branch sword in Japanese. Or so says Miss Andrews. Can I get a confirmation of that from anybody who is studying Japanese in this chat? This is very crucial information. Whoa, it's pretty heavy. One hit, 7 times. 7 times is fun. Pretty catchy, huh? I bet it's sell like hotcakes. There's something about that bothers me. Wow, you're really fire. Yeah, I'm really firing on all cinders today, Pearly. This sword, wasn't Mystic Amai holding it last night? Ah! And another thing, the sword wasn't bent last night like it is now. You're right. Awesome, Pearly. I wouldn't expect anything less from my little Easter apprentice. The sword is bent, so it must have been last night. Someone used it somehow. Ah, just as I thought something. Maybe Detective Mitty smashed de Masque with it. Like this. Ouch! What the heck? What do you think, Pearly? I think it's even more bent than it was before. Oh man, my head. My hair! This statue of Mystic Amaya is so cool. I want a gold statue of myself. We could put it in the office. Maybe you could put it in the Fate Manor. Hey, it's right in Co. How about a gold statue of me? Mr. Nick, I'm sorry, but I noticed something strange. Huh? What is it, Pearls? The statue of Mystic Amai. Was it there last night? Ah. I'm pretty sure it was closer to the door. Yeah, I think you're right. Great job, Pearly. I wouldn't expect anything less from my ace cousin. So the statue was moved last on the night of the crime. Alright, cool. Look what you did, Nick. You spilled paint all over here. I didn't do that. Well, it wasn't here last night. I would have noticed this color. It's outrageous. But this paint has already dried up. Well, then, you should have cleaned it up before it dried, Nick. Paint doesn't dry that fast. Besides, I told you, it wasn't me. Looks like it's been several days since it was spilt. Hey, look at this. What is it? There's some kind of shape left in the bottom left side of this paint stain. Huh? You're right. I wonder what it could be. You know what? Why not? What about this? Okay. Guess we have another profile to show him. Yeah, really makes sense. What about this person? Okay, sorry, pal. Wow. So full of himself. October 12th, admitting a detective agency. This is a detective agency. It looks more like the set of some B grade horror movie. Hello? Is anyone here? It looks like nobody's home. What a waste of time. Hey, I know. Let's make let's take that frame picture back with us as a memento. Maya, I am not going to be your defense attorney anymore. I've already set you innocent twice. Don't you dare, Maya. Guess we'll have to try again later. So I guess there's more. There's just a bunch of There's just a bunch of old owns. Are these really treasures too? Of course they are. This is the treasure exhibit, isn't it? Well, yeah, I guess so. So all it takes to be a treasure is age. No wonder why nobody likes museums. Oh, Mystic Maya, look! I can't believe it. Ah, it's so cute. It's a little diorama of Kiran Village. Yeah, look at that. But somehow it seems it's to reek of dreariness. Oh, Mystic Maya, that's your house. It even says Fay Manor on it. Yikes, you're right. I kind of want to add the famous in front of it. Don't do it, Maya. They might get mad. Okay. So oh duh. Hey, Pearly, do you know what this is? It's a computer. A computer? Oh, I heard of those. It has such a cute name. Looks like this computer is for sorting data from the security camera. When someone comes in or out of the warehouse, the camera takes a photo of them. It's probably the trap that the detective set up. Let's see if we can find the data from last night on this thing. You might even find a photo of Masque de Masque. Let's see here. Man, I really stink at working these things. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? You're sweating an awful lot. I don't know how to pull up the photos. I had no idea you were so pathetic. It was high-tech stuff, Nick. Yeah. Well, I managed to print out the camera data anyways. I guess you have to learn to crawl before you can walk, right, Nick? Yeah, sure. Anyways, it looks like the camera only went off once last night. It's a security camera. It's trained on the big door of the storage room. It's set up to take photos of anyone that goes in or out. A security camera? Yeah, go stand in front of the door and it'll snap your photo too, Pearly. Mystic Maya, do you think I should smile? Nah, that's for criminals. So you should make it look. I think you should make a real scary face, like this. Mr. Nick, what's that big door over there? It looks like there's a door to the actual storage room. I can see lots of big boxes and stuff stacked there. I guess that's where they are keeping the secret urn. Remember, Maya, Miss Andrew says we are not allowed in there. phone's ringing. Beep. Hello? Phoenix right here. Oh, ho, 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 it's me, Gumshoe. Gumshoe? What is it? What's so funny? I'll tell you what's funny, pal. I finally beat him. I beat Mr. Ace Detective. Finally! This underdog is the alpha dog today. That stuck-up detective has met his match. Yup. I finally got him. Locked, stock, and barrel. There's no escape for him. You caught him? Are you saying? You captured Masque? Bingo! Well, actually, he surrendered. But I still got him! Good for you, Gumshoe. Masque surrendered? That's great! So when can we come and pick up the secret urn? Well, you see, I was gonna tell you... What? Something wrong? Do you think you can swing by the detention center sometime? He's framed for murder, isn't he? The detention center? He wants to talk to you. Masque, that is. What? He wants to talk to Nick? I'll be waiting for you, pal. Get over here soon. Beep. The detention center, huh? October 12th, detention center, visitors room. Hey, pal! Welcome to the detention center! I'm here almost everyone's, Gumshoe! You're sure in a happy mood, aren't you? Yup. After all, we got masked it. Right, but, so where's the secret urn? Oh, sorry about that, pal. I guess I didn't really think about it before. But you're the victim in this case. Huh? Well, I guess I should let you guys hear the story straight from the horse's mouth. You know, he's right, Nick. He is. If you think about it really hard, we're the victims! Well, I guess so, in a way. Well, you and Pearls are. I'm just your friend who is a defense attorney. Well, friend is putting it loosely. I'm so used to thinking of the victim as a dead person because we're always in murder cases. Excuse me. But anyways, I have to get this secret urn back. Please, don't just ignore me. Who are you? I'm Masque, of course. Hey, Nick, doesn't he look kind of, well, grungy? I'm Ron Daylight, the famous Masque. I don't think this guy could punch his way out of a wet paper bag. So, you're the Masque guy. Yes, you bet! No, that's wrong. You see, it's complicated. Sort of, yes, and sort of no. You know what I mean? Huh? What's wrong? Well, when I say wrong, I really mean to say that it's not right, precise. Can you stop speaking in riddles, Ron? You see, it's not spelled masque de masque. It's actually masque de masquerade. It's not masquerade de masque. It's actually masque de masquerade. Masquerade. What's with this guy? Well, he has a timid He's a timid little weakling. We know that much. Don't do that. Don't look at me like that! I need your pity! I don't need your pity! And a major crybaby, too. So, why did you give yourself up? Well, you see, it's because, well, I know why. It's because you stole such a priceless treasure. And now you're overwhelmed with guilt. Am I right? Priceless treasure. That broken old urn. I have a little favor to ask. Yes? What is it? Could you go and talk to Deasley? Deasley? Look, we really want to earn back, so where is it? I'm sorry, I'll give it back. I really will. Or, maybe not. No, I can't. I can't make promises. I can't. I'll just end up hurting people. Mr. Nick? I couldn't hear what he just said, especially the last part. Mr. Masquerade, do you think you could speak up a little? Yes, sir. I will. I promise. Maybe not. You see, I'm not really speaking in my normal voice, so I don't really can do anything. Mr. Masquerade, about the urn. Oh, yes, the urn. Right away. Actually, no. I wouldn't mind telling you, but I'm afraid you won't believe me anyways. Enough already! Just tell us straight! Please, don't yell at me. I'm sorry. That urn. I lost it! You? What? What did you just say? Did you say you lost it? Yes, no. Well, maybe so. I mean, yes, I lost it. What do you mean? Well, I lost it, like I said. These things just happen. You're on the train and you get distracted and, you forget your bag. So, what? You forgot our sacred urn on a train? Wait a minute. You went on a train dressed like that? No, I just speak hypothetically. That's all. Anyways, I'm sorry. I just lost it somewhere. I don't know where. This guy's story is more surreal than a Dali painting. Are you really sure this creep is Masque? Maya, don't call him a creep. Although I do have to admit, I understand your doubts about this guy. So who is this deceased person? Please don't talk about my wife like that! I guess she must be his wife. I'm sorry. The truth is, it was my wife that told me to have you all come here. Do you think you could go visit her at my hideout? Hideout? Mr. Nick, what does he mean by hideout? He probably means his house. Oh, sorry. Naturally. I meant to say my secret base. Secret base? Well, my apartment, actually. Palos de Le Pepe's third floor. Let's go have a look, Nick. To Masquerade de Masque's hideout. Something tells me she just likes the sound of the word hideout. Alright, I'm gonna show some evidence in this space. I'm really sorry I caused so much trouble. If you're sorry, then you shouldn't have stolen it in the first place. But the only thing I did wrong was lose it. That's not right. I was wrong either way. I'm sure the owner of the other treasures feels the same. He sure seems sorry. Who would have imagined that such a famous thief would have such a pure heart? What do you think about this? I really don't think I can help you with that. No, that's not it. Well, the thing is, I don't really know if I can say one way or the other. I don't really catch that. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. That's the Des Masquet's calling card. Pretty nice looking, huh? He looks so happy. I'm not very good at writing, you see. So I brought a book called How to Write Business Letters and studied hard. Well, I guess you could call this thievery type of business. Okay. What do you think about the... Okay. I didn't mean to. What do you think about this? Okay. Okay. What do you think about this? Okay. Ever since I was a little boy, I've always been interested in mysterious masked men. So that's what you wanted to be when you grew up? Yes! No. Sort of, but not exactly. I never imagined I'd feel as bad as I do about these treasures being stolen. Some people sure can be complicated, can't they? Him! Yeah, he looks really scary in that photo, don't you agree? Do you know him? He claims to be your arch enemy and rival. That person. He's not my arch enemy or rival. Well, actually, no. Now that I think about it, the term of arch enemy and rival are the same thing. They are rivals. Only people who have it out for each other would disagree like this. What do you think about this? Okay. He has nothing to say about himself. Okay, now we're done shoving all the evidence in our face. Let's make this a tradition too now. This guard monitors the visitor's room. He looks nervous being this close to alleged thief. Smile! You're on camera. Alright, now move. Wow. Masquerade's hideout. Wow, check this place out. No doubt about it. This is Des Masquerade's hideout, all right. Who is it? Is that you, Ronnie? Huh? Who are you people? Are you Desi Delight? That's right. I'm Doris. Oh, you must be the lawyer and the victim. Yeah, that's us. Your husband told us to stop by and speak with you. I'm Maya Faye, and this is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. That's my line, Maya! Nikki Boy and Maya, huh? I can't tell how grateful I am that you decided to help my Ronnie. Well, you're welcome. Did she really call me Nikki Boy? Alright, adding that to the list of things I have been called. Not gonna lie, she's actually pretty cute. And not gonna lie, I kind of want to cosplay her. About your husband. Isn't he the cutest? A bit weak sometimes, though. A bit? By the way, do you know that they mentioned Maya on TV? Huh? Really? They say you own the urn and that you're doing some pretty shady training at your office, at a law office now. Remind me not to watch that channel's new program. After I saw that, I thought it might be a good idea to meet the lawyer they mentioned. I see. My Ronnie, he has a powerful imagination and gets deluded easily. He keeps insisting that he's going to surrender to the police. I didn't know what to do. It was me. I stole that urn, he kept saying. If that was even possible. Huh? But, are you saying he didn't? Of course he didn't. Why would my honey ever do something like that? Well, it's a priceless treasure, and he's, is it possible that his own wife doesn't know his secret identity? Me? I'm the kind of woman who needs excitement in her life. Oh, excitement, huh? Yes, I'm happiest when I'm racing alongside my bike with a full throttle. Riding a motorcycle is like putting your life on the line, you know what I mean? Well, I think it depends on how you ride it. I'm the type that can't just stand and live a little boring, dreary old life with no action. No offense, but your husband, Ron, doesn't exactly look like the risk-taking type himself. You're right about that. He definitely is not one for thrill and dangers, but I do have to say he makes up for it in other ways. Other ways? Yes, money. Ronnie's incredibly rich and surprised and super generous. He bought me a bike that's like so fast it would make your head spin. Like shopping, I like to shop so much it makes Ron's head spin. The other day, it happened. His head actually started to spin. Man, talk about a high maintenance wife. So where does Mr. Delight get all his money from? Ronnie is a security guard. They put their lives on the line, right? So they get paid tons of money in return. Tons of it. He's a security guard. I think it's time for my head to spin. Wait, hold on. I can make my head spin. Kind of. Okay, I don't have a lot of room, but I'm spinning technically. I didn't want my wires to get wrapped up, so that's why I took my head off. I took the headphones off. Can you tell us about what happened last night? What time did the incident take place again? What time it was again, Maya? Well, according to Detective Gumshoe, it was around 1:30 in the morning. Last night it was horrible. I got pulled over. Pulled over? Yes, I always do my best flying at night. Flying? You're talking about your motorcycle, right? Yes, anyways, last night I got pulled over by a policeman. I can't believe he caught me. He caught up to me. It was a great chase, I tell you. When he finally caught me, the poor man was white as sheet. It was about 3 in the morning when I finally got home. Sounds like she's got an airtight alibi. Well, what about Mr. Delight? I don't really know. We weren't together at that time that night. But when I got home, he was already fast asleep. So basically, he's got no alibi. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to be shoving evidence in your face. Excuse me, but would you like to take a look at this? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have the faintest idea. I guess I just don't get it out enough. Oh, that's mysterious looking. I love old stuff like this. Really? This is one of our most treasured possessions. There's going to be a whole exhibit at the Lordy Taylor with these types of things. Maya looks so happy. She lit up like 100 light bulb. Terrific! You can count on Roni and myself to be there. And me to be there. Sounds like fun. Huh? Oh, yeah. Haha. Oops. Looks like light bulb is starting to flicker. Oh, that's mysterious looking. I love old stuff like this. So what do you know about this? No, you can't show her that, Nick! That emblem is top secret, don't you remember? Oh, oops. Sorry, forgot about that. But the way she just said top secret was worse giveaway than I did. Oh, when I heard the word top secret, it just piqued my interest like nothing else. Oh, that's so mysterious looking. I love old stuff. Okay. So, Nicky boy, you're a lawyer, huh? Well, yeah. How do you like it? I bet it's so exciting. Yeah, sometimes. Actually, a little too exciting at times. Oh, I just love a good thrill. Nicky boy, sounds like you have it so nice. This is starting to get awkward. Excuse me, but okay. That's really amazing. A master at your age. Oh no, you got it wrong. That's my mother. It's my mother that is the current master. Oh, I see. So what exactly is she the master of, anyways? Well, you see, it's a little. Don't say it, Maya. If you say spirit channeling, she'll laugh. Ouch, that hurts. Excuse me, but would you like to take a look at this? Okay. I thought Pearly came with us. So, excuse me, okay. Okay, no. Miss Delight, you must know, right? About your husband and the Masque de Masque. Masquerade? Of course, I know all about it. My husband is his biggest fan. Yep. What? Huh? Biggest fan? Yeah, Honey can be pretty delusional sometimes. That's how this whole misunderstanding happened. Wait a minute. Did you just say delusional? Yes. I just don't know what I'm gonna do with him. You see, Ronnie actually believes that he is Masquerade. What? What are you talking about? Excuse me, but would you take a look at this? Okay, so she has nothing to say about. I don't know. I know he doesn't look it, but he can really get things done when he puts his mind to it. Really? So when does he exactly put his mind to it? Well, not very often, I admit. What exactly does Miss Delight see in her husband, anyways? Wow, you must really seen. Hold on. You must really skyrocketed when you first met him to love him so much. Skyrockets. I didn't know people still use that word. As long as I got my motorcycle and my Ronnie, I'm happy. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, that's plus a little excitement on a little shopping money. Then I'm happy. Now she's starting to sound a bit greedy, don't you think, Nick? Sure she does. Hey, Nick, look on top of the chair. Looks like there's an envelope. A letter. Well, don't just stand there. Come on, let's read it. Maya, you know we shouldn't do that. What are you talking about? The letter could be an important clue. No way. You can't just go reading private letters because you feel like it. That's not just because I feel like it. Really could be important. If I was sure it was a clue, I guess I wouldn't mind. There's a whole bunch of stuff piled up over here. Duck and cover! It's a missile! Did you know there's dynamite in missiles? But they're not heavy enough to be real. Oh wait, they're just really well-made toys. Well, these rolls of papers are stuck in trash cans. Thief of Mystrian Stone, a great Albatross strategy. Thief of the immortal goddess statue, the greatest knuckle bomber strategy. please ever or even investigate this place? This thing looks vaguely familiar. Oh, I know! It's a fishbowl! Well, an upside down one, anyways. I think it's a helmet. An alien helmet. And it looks like a tape recorder or something next to it. I think it's a transceiver. An alien transceiver. Nick, do you think maybe you could act like a grown-up for a little bit? Hey, I've grown up in the past 7 years, you know? Getting lectured by Maya to be more of an adult. Now that's a new low. I thought her actual low would have been when we were told off to use our brain by Gumshoe. It's a bunch of cheap costume pieces arranged in a nice frame. Well, look, Nick, it's a fake beard. There's also a mask made out of cardboard. Here, Nick, try on this fake beard. Come on, try it on. Hey, cut it out. Now put on the mask. It's Phoenix de Mesquite. Let's borrow it for a while. No way, I'm not stealing it from a thief. I have enough bad karma as it is. Oh, that's so cute. It's called a hot air balloon, you know? Wow, there's no fooling you. I want to make my own balloon now. I'll even let you ride in it, Nick. That emblem on the balloon is supposed to be top secret. That's proof enough that Ron Delight is really a masqué. I better not tell Maya. She's kind of scary when it comes to celebrities. Nick! It's a torpedo! It's hard to believe, but it sure looks real. Where could he have picked something up like this? Please don't say that torpedoes are things people just have lying around. There's a bunch of books lying here. They're all romantic sounding novels from famous heists and fantastic thieves. Wow, looks like all those bookmarks and notes are stuck into them. Let's see here. No, must remember this way of laughing. Very useful. No, a calling card is very good part for any good season moose optimale. Wow, Ron really studies the stuff. It's the mask de masqué. Masquerade. There's a tape recorder hanging from his neck. Let me see that. Click. Ha 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 ha! I'll be taking this crown now. Better look next time, gentlemen. Ha 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 ha! I don't get it. What's this supposed to be, Nick? So, when did Ron first become Mask de Masqué? What are you talking about? He's not Mask de Masqué. Masquerade? Huh? But, wait a second. Look around this room. This place is obviously Mask de Masqué's hideout. No, you're totally wrong. A real C's hideout wouldn't look like this. It's because Ronnie is so timid himself that he looks up to heroic figures. But Mask de Masqué is a bad guy. So he's deluded. Huh, could that really be true? Anyways, if he really had stolen the urn, wouldn't he still have it? Well, I suppose so. Then why don't you ask him if he has the urn or not? She has a point. Mr. Delight isn't exactly the criminal type. But something about Ron's behavior bothers me. Maybe it's true. Maybe Delight isn't Mask de Masqué after all. Say, can I ask you something, Nicky boy? What is it? I know I seem like a bad girl on the outside, but one thing I won't stand for is illegal activity. I had a feeling you wouldn't. You're tough, but I can tell you got a good heart. Somebody framed my poor Ronnie. I just know it. Could you give this to Ronnie for me? A letter? Yes, for Ronnie. I want him to fight back. Miss Delight? Okay, you got it. Just relax and leave it all to us. Back to the detention center. Oh, that's right. Here, this is from your wife. Oh, from Desi? Thank you. Letter given to Mass Daymax. Clutching on that letter so hard. I think the ink is going to squeeze out. He looks so happy. You should write a letter to Mr. Mayo too, Mr. Nick. Mr. Lawyer? Yes? In the letter that Desi wrote, she said, ask this guy to be your lawyer. Huh? I know this would be asking a lot, but could you please take my case? My trial starts tomorrow. Hey, hang on a second. He can't be your lawyer. Why not? What do you mean, why not? We're the victims in this case, remember? Victims of this Daymax guy. Well, yeah, but according to Denise, he didn't do it. She said, poor man, he's deluded himself into thinking he did it. Right, Mr. Nick? Come on, she could be lying to protect her husband. Well, that's true. No, actually, it's actually hard to say. Oh no, it's spreading! Oh, please. I'll give you the treasure of your choice in return. What should I do? I want to see where refusing his takes. Don't do it, Nick! He's a thief. Mr. Nick, I agree with Mr. Maya. Well, I admit something about this guy stinks like last week's sushi. I guess I really should say no, but if I do that, this poor guy will have nobody on his side. Well, Mr. Daylight, I've decided to take your case. Really? You will? Mr. Nick, I was wrong about you. I shouldn't have trusted you. Pearls? I can't believe you would defend this person after what he did to Mr. Maya. I will never forgive you. Ever. Pearly, wait. This is going to be ugly. I'll go after her. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Well, you couldn't have known she'd react like that. I guess I might as well start investigating. Oh, Maya, where's Pearls? She said she's going back to the office. Go check in on her later, would you? And what about you? Are you okay with me taking Mr. Delight's case? Yeah, I'm fine, Nick. I believe in you. I think I'm gonna cry. I haven't cried in like 7 years. I know you have a lot of work to do. I really appreciate it. Okay, Nick, let's get the show on the road. Okay, I guess we have nothing really to talk to her about then. So, to the main exhibit. Well, October 12th, Lordy Taylor, main exhibit hall. Maya! Oh, Miss Andrews. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Your precious urn. Your precious urn. Please, calm down. What's wrong? It never ends. Everything I touch ends in failure. Maya, I'm so sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you. No. It's okay. I don't look it, but I'm really good with my hands. I can make you another urn. Hold on. Just wait, okay? Breathe. Calm down and talk to us. Forgive me. Forgive me. So when did you get the calling card from Mask Day Masqué? Let's see, exactly 10 days ago. I was going to show it to the police, but that detective stopped me. So you asked Detective Amity to help with security? Yes, in fact, it was about 20 days ago that I hired him. He seemed to know much more about the Mask Day Masquerade than the police. So you hired him for security even before the calling card arrived? Well, yes, I had a premonition that something bad might happen. I never learned I learned to trust my hunches. That's where that's why there were security cameras even in the basement warehouse. Yes, Lord Taylor is very serious about the security measures. It was their way of saying it. Bring it on to any potential thieves. Well, he sure brought it last night and even left a nice souvenir. Can you tell us a bit about the security for the treasure exhibit? It was all my fault. I never should have called this partial little collection a treasure exhibit anyways. Why do you say that? The urn was stolen is a pretty important object. Maybe, but its actually value appraised was, well, practically zero. Zero? Well, can't sell it now. I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it more valuable. Look more, but the urn contains the soul of Mystic Amai. Anyways, I left all the security arrangement to Detective Amity. But 5 days ago, I began to receiving all sorts of other exhibit items from Kieran. A lot of people started going in and out of the warehouse down there. So, one of them was actually Mask Day Masqué in disguise. No, I personally checked out everyone who came through here, so that's not possible. Knowing Adrian, she probably checked out what they ate for breakfast that morning. Miss Andrews? I know, it's all my fault. But what is done is done. I can make it up by making a new urn for you. I'm just wasting my time. She's too far gone. Okay. I don't think it's going to be worth shoving evidence in her face. So then, I wonder if that detective brought this camera with him. Good question. Let's take a look at it. Huh? It says property of Lordy Taylor on it. So it's borrowed. Kind of strange for an ace detective, don't you think? According to the computer data, someone did in fact go through the big doors last night, right? Yeah, I guess so. The shutter did go off once, Once. That pathetic looking wooden box. Ah! That's the box that had the secret urn in it. Don't touch it. There may be clues to the deceased's identity on it. Grrr. I worked so hard to make that box. Huh? You made that poor excuse for a box, Maya? What's that supposed to mean? And I was so proud of it. Poor Maya. Maybe it had been better if the Mask Day Masqué had taken the box too. I'm really starting to like this thing. It's so cool looking. I like to strap it to my waist. I would like to strap it to my waist and walk around like Sound like a samurai. Careful, Gumshoe will lock you up and throw away the key if you're caught, and I won't get you out of jail that time. When we were here with Miss Andrews last night, the statue wasn't here. Was it? Wasn't where it is now. Yeah, it was right next to the door, wasn't it? Well, if someone moved it, it was probably the criminal. Maybe he didn't like being watched by Mr. Kamai, so he stole the urn. Hey, cut it out. You're giving me the creeps with that kind of talk. It looks to me like the paint has been dried for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it is oddly shaped and it's shockingly pink. I don't see how the color of the paint is any way important. It's Danganronpa blood. See, it just looks like it's a murder scene in Danganronpa. You know? It's pink. Our precious urn was right in the other side of these doors. Yeah, and according to the security data, something was in there last night. Grr! What I would like to do to him. I guess the only place I can go right now is to go talk to Pearlie. October 12th, Brighton Co. Law Offices. Ah, Mr. Nick. Welcome back. Oh, hey, Pearls. You're back too, I see. I, went and bought us a strawberry cake. I'm gonna make some tea to go with it. Hey, Pearls? It looks like she feels really bad. What happened at the detention center? Mr. Nick, I was wrong about you. I shouldn't have trusted you. I never forgive you. Ever. Mystic Maya, the tea is ready. Oh, thanks. Come on, Mr. Nick. Please have some of this cake. Yeah, thanks. Pearls? Oh, excuse me. I was in the middle of cleaning the toilet. Hey, it's okay. I just cleaned it this morning. Too late. This might be a good time for me to ask about her. I first met Pearls a year ago. It was when that murder happened in Kirin Village. I still remember what she said to me when we first met. You're Mr. Nick, right? You're Mystic Maya, special someone. Hey, Maya, I always thought it was because she was young, but what? Pearls? I think she's got the wrong idea about you and me. Huh? There's something you need to understand. What is it? It's kind of like Kieran's custom, sort of. Pearl seems to love you a lot. Well, it's because I'm her only cousin, and, well, because of the murder case last year, Pearlie's mother is, oh, yeah. I remember now. Pearl's mother, Morgan Fay. She's serving a prison term in isolation right now. So you see, I'm the only family Pearlie has right now. But it's the same for me too. Maya, my mother's gone too. There's hardly any men in Kirin Village. Now that you mention it, I never actually saw any men there when I visited. I'm pretty sure I told you about it a long time ago, about how spiritual power runs very strong in the Fae family. Yeah, you did. And that's why you're undergoing training to become a spirit medium, right? Yeah, the thing is, only women can actually inherit the spiritual power. That's why the whole culture of Kirin village is kind of revolves around its women. Well, that's understandable. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but because of that, there tends to be a lot of unsuccessful marriages. Oh, well, men start to feel left out after a while, and then they just start leaving. Especially if that man has a daughter. Are you saying that Pearl's father? He's gone. He left the village when she was very young. Boy, that's tough. Yeah, she grew up seeing nothing but unhappy marriages all around her. That's why she's so sensitive to things like that. So your mother is still missing. Yeah, and no one has any idea where she is. Maya's mother, Misty Faye, the current master of the channeling technique. She disappeared 17 years ago after getting involved in a certain police case. But are you sure she's still alive, right? Yeah, I know she is. That's sort of a spirit medium thing. And if your mother doesn't come back, then what? Then, according to the law of the village, I become the next master. Mystic Maya, the master of the Kiran technique. Sounds like a heavy responsibility. Yeah, but there's no one else in the blood of the Fey main family who's a spirit medium. Well, Nick, why don't we go out and start investigating? We're not going to learn anything by just sitting around the office. Yeah, I know. But first, I want to talk to Pearls. Mr. Nick? Yeah? I acted like a baby. Pearls, I doubted you. Even though Mystic Maya trusted you completely. I guess I still have lots of training to do. Mr. Nick? Yes? From the bottom of my heart, I apologize for what I said. Aw, it's okay. I'm the one who should be able. I'm going out for a little bit. Huh? Where are you going? I may be small, but I still have a lot of spirit channeling power. So I'm going to show you I can be useful too, by finding some evidence. Hey, but wait she sure runs fast. Nick, let's go back. Let's back off and give her some room, okay? Yeah. Okay, so there's nothing in here. I guess I should have said about that a little more. October 12th, Amity Detective Agency. Oh, someone is not gonna be happy when they put. Someone is definitely not gonna be happy. Hello? Well, how lovely it is to see you again, my dear. Welcome to my abode. Relax and soak up the atmosphere. Seems like someone's got a real hit list. We're actually kind of... Shh! Silence! Hee. Precisely as I expected. No, what is... Sylvie! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium. Am I correct? I think we've already been through this. Ha! I thought my elimination was correct. At least, truly elegant. Now then, what can I do for you? You mentioned before that you were on guard duty alone last night. Precisely. This was my 5th encounter with my arch enemy. I refuse to allow anyone to interfere with my rightful pursuit of my prey. I heard you after Nasty Masquet since his first thief. my dear. I've seen you have done your homework. Please, she's 19 now. And this very first heist, that vile person when the tears of the Ameln. I first encountered him in the Museum of Sacred Hall, the crime scene itself. So that's why you were hired as security for the treasure exhibit? I'm pretty sure he said that Miss Adrian Andrews hired him. Yes, I borrowed some equipment from the Lord Taylor and set up the perfect trap. You must mean the security camera. But I thought you were watching the whole area yourself too. How did Mask Masquerade manage to steal the urn? That's the $1 million question. What is Mask Masquerade's modus operandi? Mr. Minnie, do you know about the sacred urn? I'm interested only in one thing, my dear, and that is Mask Masquerade. Sacred urn? Pfft, that has nothing to do with this case. It has everything to do with this case. But wasn't that Masquerade what Mask Masquerade stole this time? I'm a hunter, sir. The urn was nothing more than a lure to catch my prey. Do yourself and remember the shape of the individual peanut you throw to pigeons. I don't think I like this guy's attitude, Nick. Well, anyways, it looks like he doesn't know about the urn. There's something that's kind of bothering me. Please, my dear, ask me anything you like. After all, we're all but seekers, wandering alone in the dark. Well, I was wondering how Masquerades managed to steal the urn. Okay. I mean, isn't it strange you don't seem to know? Yeah, now that you mention it, it is strange. After all, you were on guard that night at the scene of the crime. Unless you were sound asleep, you should have at least seen Mask Masquerade. Psycholox. What the? It's a Psyche-lock. It's a Psyche-lock. Hey, Nick! What's this Psyche-lock thing? Well, your magmata lets me see when people are keeping secrets. By breaking their mental locks, I can find out what those secrets are. What? This magmata has that kind of power? Maya, you're the one who gave me this magmatala last year. Well, it's true that this magmatala is a prized Fae family heirloom, but Pearlie was the one that actually imbued it with spiritual powers, right? That's why I don't really know much about what it can do. This is the woman that's going to take over the Kieran channeling school someday. So how do you do it? How do you break the psyche lock these things? With evidence. Well, you present the magma to the person with the secret? Cool! I can't wait to see it in action. Come on, try it out! Oh boy, I think the future master still needs to learn how to be patient. So basically that's just saying, yes, this is a tutorial because this is the first time you've seen a psyche lock. But here's the thing, I don't think I have the evidence. Wait, I might. So let's try to break that lock. I'm good at breaking locks, you know? No, I'm not. I'm terrible. Masque's M.O. Detective Amani, you were standing guard at the scene of the crime. There's no way you didn't see the masked AMA commit the crime. Well, now, I can hardly see why you're so positive about that. Yes, indeed, I was guarding the warehouse. This much is true. But I can tell you for certain, not a single person's passed through that door. I'm not sure why, but this attorney guy is lying through his teeth. I know. I'll show him some proof. Detective Murray, I hear for your proof that someone went through that door last night. There was a security camera set up at the scene of the crime. It should have automatically taken a photo of anyone that went through that door. Precisely. I hope you don't mind, but we've already gotten our hands on the camera data. As you can see, the camera went off exactly once last night. What? But my monocle didn't catch anyone in its flash. It must have been some kind of computer malfunction. It must be. Maybe it was your monocle that malfunctioned. What? What are you saying? I didn't do my duty properly? Detective Amani, you must have seen the thief last night. The question is, why are you trying to hide it? If he's hiding it, there must be some reason. Some reason that he desperately wants to keep hidden. And I just gotta present the evidence that should prove it. Okay, let's suppose you didn't manage to see the masked array. In that case, the reason you didn't hit at the time because you were... I'm afraid that is making not enough sense. Time to put your money where your mouth is. Show me the evidence. I don't have the evidence, though. Wait. And Detective Manny, you were knocked unconscious by the thief, weren't you? Ha ha ha! Surely you must be joking. You think that I, Luca Mitty, would be knocked unconsciously so easily? This sword proves it. That's... Before the thief, the sword was in the hand of the statue of my Faye. Furthermore, at the time, it was not bent. There is only one explanation. You were struck on the head and knocked unconscious by this sword. Well, detective, how about it? I'm impressed. You truly are an ace attorney. You said the name of the game. We didn't even... I can't deny there may have been a small hint of truth of what you say. So you were knocked out by the thief that the first clobbed you. Clobbed? What an ugly way of saying it, but I suppose you could put it that way. The coward struck it at the precise moment I turned to look at the computer. So you never noticed that a thief had entered the warehouse? No. The coward must have wormed his way through somewhere else besides the door. Perhaps the air ducts or the sewer pipes. Then my arch nemesis struck me on the head behind with this gruesome item here. Ouch! Mr. Mitty should have had his poor head examined. You can say that again. How could he have underestimated the thief that badly? Well, it looks like we got one thing cleared up anyways. Huh? What? That Amity is the greatest ace detective in the world? No, that he's never actually saw the thief. Oh, that's right. And don't ever call him an ace detective again. But you never actually saw him. Perhaps so, but I installed a security camera just for this contingency. Oh, last night the camera went off exactly once. Behold, this photo of the dastardly thief taken by the security camera. That's him. Mask Day Masquerade. As these can only be none other than the arch criminal Mask Day Masquerade. After all, that Mr. Delight has a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There should be an agreement envelope somewhere in his room. You need to go investigate it yourself. How would you know about that? Have you forgotten? You're speaking to the finest ace detective who has ever walked the face of the earth. But you never actually caught the guy. It was Gumshoe. So I guess we would have to give Ace Detective over to Gumshoe. You're welcome, Gumshoe. Most brilliant mind, well, ever, Lucamity. Well, I guess we better get going and take a look, just in case. Hey, Nick! Remember what Detective Mitty said? Exactly that. Mr. Light had a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There should be a green envelope somewhere in his room. You need to go and investigate. A green envelope, huh? Looks like it. Okay, let's have a look. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to the KB security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring $50,000. $50,000? This is a blackmail letter. Sure looks like a major clue, all right. Ding dong. Oh, someone's at the door. I'll be right back. Won't take a second. I promise. Really? Okay. I guess I'll make myself at home, pretty lady. Wait a minute. I know that voice. Oh, Nicky boy. I'm so sorry, but I got another guest. Ah! You're... Nick, it's you! Maya too! What a fluke! Ah, Larry! Long time no see. Yeah, you never made a single appearance in Justice for All. What? You know each other? Nicky boy? Nick! Do you this girl have something going on? Is your life over again? I literally made a joke about you earlier. But something. Because we hang out with people like that. We hang out with people like him. I knew it. Just when things couldn't get any worse. It's time to cue in the butts. Larry Butts. Ever since grade school, he's been not exactly a close friend, but yeah, we know each other. Hey, man, that wasn't nice. That was the very first client. And he didn't make things easy on me. We got quite the story history, he and I. And when we used to And what we used to say still rings true. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Hey, come on now. You're embarrassing me. And in front of this pretty little thing here. So you two are childhood friends, I see. That's so sweet. You two go ahead and get up on the old times. I'm going to go check up on my bike. Nice girl, that Denise. So how have you been, Dick? Too busy if you really want to know. So what have you been up to this whole time? It's been 2 years since I've heard from you. And what's with those clothes? You look, well, weird. Hey man, that's uncalled for! This is my uniform for my part-time job! But I can't believe it's been 2 years. They say time flies when you're having fun. Ha 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 ha. Huh? What's wrong? Nick, I gotta tell you, women, I don't trust him anymore. Ah, so he's gay now. Why? Because every time you get into a relationship, your life ends up being over? Or because they keep moving away, or they either die or move away from you? You got dumped again? Well, Beanie Fur, I followed her all the way to Japan 2 years ago. That's where I met the famous Catty Tom, and my whole life changed. Better for Catty Tom. I've never heard of either of them. Anyways, dude, Catty Tom chose Hollywood over me. Can you believe it? Well, actually, anyways, sounds like you have quite an adventure. Women, there's so looks like he's still in the same old Larry. So what are you doing here anyways? Huh? Well, what do you mean by that? I'm just a natural born nice guy, that's all. Well, actually, I picked this up last night while I was working. A wallet? You said that you found this last night. Yeah, it had a driver's license in it, but I figured I'd return it myself. Hang on, let me see that for a minute. I knew it. Denise's picture is in here. Yeah, I guess he really digs his wife, huh? Hey, Nick! Not what you're thinking at all! No, I'm pretty sure it is. You haven't changed a bit. Aw, no way, man. I mean, she's a married woman. That's bad news. He really is just here to check out Miss Delight. So you say you found it at your job, right? Yeah, I'm working for a private security company as a guard. Chicks love a guy in uniform, Yeah, you don't trust them anymore, but every time you get involved in one of your cases, by the end of it, you're crying to me, being like, my life is over! Every time, but every time. A security guard, huh? So that's what the uniform is all about. About what time when you found this wallet last night? Huh? Why are you asking that? Trying to see if I got an alibi. You're not the one on the hook of crime this time, buddy. I guess it was around 1 in the morning. What's Mr. Delight's wallet doing there? Anyways, there's nothing weird about that. After all, he works there. He works there? You mean Mr. Delight? Sure. Here, take a look at this. Right here in his wallet. What's this card? It's a key card for the security company. See? It's got a serial number right here. There's no mistake about it. You said that you're working part-time at a security company, right? That's right. Why are you making that scary face? Oh, this is my attorney face. Security company, huh? Something's not quite secure about Larry working there. I need to find out as much as I can about this key card. What about this? Okay. This is one of the treasures from Huron Village. Be serious, Nick! I couldn't care less about the mystic and mumbo jumbo stuff. She's right here. Mystic Maya is right here. Ah, of course Maya is a different story. Talk about your mixed messages. Of course, when I thought things would be easy peasy for us. But what about this? Okay. What about this? What about this? Does anything come to mind? Hey, Larry! What's this about? What about this? What? If you got something to say it already. Huh? A blackmail letter? Do you know anything about this? What? I don't know anything about Alexis. And that's the truth. Huh? What? I can't believe you would do this to me. I thought you were my friend. $50,000. Who doesn't have that kind of money? No. You don't understand. This blackmail letter was sent to Ron Delight. Phew! Man, you scared me. I almost had a heart attack, you idiot. I've won 8 trials. I am not an idiot. Wait, I'm the idiot? Man, I was totally confused because it said KB Security right on the envelope. Yeah, so what? That's where I got a part-time job, at KB Security. What? He's probably going to be fired by the end of this trial. Sounds like I really should find out more about something about this KB security company. You didn't touch anything in this wallet, did you? Hey man, be serious! You know that what I was interested in. If Masquerade doesn't look out, he's gonna be the victim of robbery himself. So you're sure about this key card? Yep, that's the key card we use it at the building I work in. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO of the office. You need to get in that room. Every time you use that card, it leaves a record. It leaves a record? Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when. Larry, I need that data. Whoa, slow down, man. Sorry, but that data is off limits to outsiders. If I lose this job, I'll never have a chance with Denise. It's times like these when I wish lawyers weren't so powerless. You're years old, right? Don't you think it's about time you look? Don't you think it's about time you long hard? Don't you think it's about time you look you look long hard look at your life? Coming from a guy who can only brag about how many times he's been rejected, I find that kind of ironic. Hey, I remember her. That's Maya's big sister. Wow, you really do remember. Yeah, who could forget? A couple gorgeous sisters. Hubba hubba. You heard that, Nick? Gorgeous. Oh yeah, that's right. When I defended Larry, Maya was still alive. Oh, but he won't know Pearl. Wow, you're even cuter than the last time I saw you. Oh, really? Maya, don't even think about it. You're only gonna leave him. He's gonna come crying to me when you eventually break up with him. Yeah, you look totally different than 2 years ago. Don't you think, Nick? Maybe it's because we're always together, but she looks pretty much the same to me. Oh, what a cutie! Hey, Nick. So what's the deal between you and this girl? Hey, that's my cousin. Her name is Pearl Faye. Pearl, huh? Too bad. Never dated 2 girls with the same name. That's one rule I can't break. She's 9! I think the fact that she's only 9 years old would break the rule somewhere. Whoa! Who's this? Come on, man. Don't hold on me. Forget about it. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Hey, now! I thought we were pals. Hey, don't go stealing Gumshoe's character stick. I got a major thing for girls with black sleeveless shorts and glasses. How do you know that? If they had an orange color memo pad, I would really lose my cool. He has to be making that up. He can't really know Adrian, can he? Larry, what about this person? Beats me. What the? All of a sudden, he got nothing to say? I just thought of something. What if it's actually a hot chick under that costume? Forget about it. It's a guy. Trust me. Man, you're killing my buzz, dude. Boy, talk about someone who has one-track mind. Larry, what about this person? Larry, what about this person? Okay. That's Denise's one awesome lady, right? Alright. But it's been a long time since I felt this way. I think I'm really in love this time. That's what you said about the last 2 girls. A long time, huh? Yeah, well, except for what I felt for you, Maya. I don't think he knows what to say anymore. You could even learn a few tricks from me, Nick. Like how to be rejected? Yeah, like what? Being rejected? Look at my hair, for example. It points straight up, right? I think I'm going to stick with the spiky hairstyle I got going here. But your hair, on the other hand, points backwards. That's no good at all, man. It's defeatist. You gotta aim high. For the stars! I can't find a counter argument to that. Alright, we're done here. To the detention center! Okay, he's gone. Actually, I want this also to be a tradition. So you still got that badge, I see. Huh? Well, I am a lawyer, aren't I? Yeah, but I guess I just didn't think you'd be keep on being one for this long. You have to admit, you have some close brushes with death because of your job. I fail to see how being a lawyer is more dangerous than channeling dead people. And now... Oh, hey! It's my Magmata! So what do you think, Nick? Isn't it neat? It sure is. Being able to peek into people's minds is definitely a nice advantage. What? How do you do that? What do you mean? You gave me this thing. Well, I knew Pearly put some sort of spiritual power into it, but I had no idea it let you do something as cool as that. Some future leader you are. Next time you'll use it, let me know, okay? I want to see into people's minds too. That's gonna be new traditions. Okay, so she's still not really talking to us. I did not mean to move here, so. I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful. I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful. What about this person here, Detective Amity? Is something wrong? Did the cat get your tongue or something? That photo leaves me distinctly in disturbed feelings. In this case, I'm afraid my presidency has been left waiting. He's trying to say something, he doesn't have any information. Get the fuck out of my way here. Okay, never mind, but... That's probably where the sacred urn was going to be displayed. Yeah, I guess so. I should put my attorney badge here, you know? As a replacement. I think it's a little too small for that. What about my Magmata? Now you're being silly. That definitely is too small. A piece of cloth with a ton of finely written characters jammed onto it. Probably exclusive knowledge to only mediums. Let's see. Here's the title in English. 108 ways to save money. I'm pretty sure this number has gone up since last time I saw it. Well, we are always looking for new ways, you know? Being a medium sounds like a rough way of life. It's the folding screen of the Kiron sacred writing. But I can't read what it says on it. Really? But I thought it was some kind of a special spell. Ah, yeah, my mother read it and taught me to memorize it. I'll be in trouble if I ever get it. Looks like the Kiron channeling school is teetering some dangerously on the edge. Wow, this is incredible. It's a tiny version of my whole village. Hey, I got a great idea. We can make a miniature of your office, Nick. I don't know about that. The whole place is overflowing with junk. You die before you finish painstakingly recreating that mess. Well, we could always clean it up first. Sure. Now we know our side project. I'm sure there's got to be something. Please, Miss Andrews. Okay? Can you help me once again? Okay, you... I guess this is really a waste of time, so I have an idea of what to do. I'm sorry, I cannot... Hmm. That's pretty amazing that you were able to... It's pretty amazing that the way you were able to tell what I do for a living. Oh, that's elementary, my dear, right? Elementary. If you're really interested, the first clue is the hair. Points backwards. It shows that you're prepared to... Only the truth remains. Wow, impressive. Or maybe he just looked... Maybe you just took a look at the attorney badge on your lapel, genius. This woman, she is truly a beauty. You don't say. I would be honored if you had introduced you to me. Hey, Maya, can you do us a favor? I'm assure you, Mr. Lawyer, my interest is strictly professional. Ew, this guy is even creepier than I thought. I assure you, my dearest, all the great ace detectives are perfect gentlemen. She's also dead. So how did you know I was a spirit medium? Oh, that was child's play. First, your hair. Not one type of every day is most frustrating and almost otherworldly. Effortlessly likely to tell your fortune teller, it doesn't quite distract the unusual fortune tellers. Also, the only left one possibility. Well, they all have the bio, but they all also have a bio about me and the treasure. They also have a bio about me on the treasure expedition poster. Also, your your uniform. What about this person here, Detective Ace Attorney? Is something wrong? Did this guy get your tongue or something? That photo leaves me. Okay. Ah, the charming young lady responsible for security, Miss Adrienne Andrews. Huh? You know her? Yes, we should. She was the person who hired me for this job. Very intelligent woman. After all, she hired Detective Luke Amenity, did she not? She probably also figured out what you got for breakfast this morning. I'm not entirely convinced that this was an intelligent move on her part. Oh, him? Yes, well, I saw him earlier. That Rudrick detective has left the thief slip through his fingers every single time. And who's the guy in jail right now? Amity. Wretched, huh? How's his salary doing now? Probably still wretched. He's probably still in that ramen. Now that I think about it, I wonder if they aren't working together. Huh? If you ask me, Luke Amity, I believe the two of them are co-conspirators. If Detective Grimshaw heard about that, he'd probably cry. He's surprisingly a sensitive guy. This will sure be Day Masquerade's final heist. Last time I came close to managing to retrieve the stolen treasure. Mark my words, this criminal of humanity will be found guilty in due time. And then I, Luke Amity, a detective, will dance with joy. I have no clue what you're blabbering about, but I guess I'll find out soon. This person, huzzah! Is it Ace Detective, am I correct? But I was the one asking you. This photo is simply not enough information, I'm afraid. I can't absolutely be certain. But intelligence in those eyes indicates the man of deepest wisdom and insight. Stop messing around, Nick. Just ask him already. But this guy is scary! He might be even more scarier than Francesca and her whip! This man surrendered to the police, admitting that he was Day Masquerade. Maybe so, but I'm not convinced he is really behind the thieves. He is. He sounds pretty sure. Just look at his forehead. It's all in the shape of his mouth and everything. It's the classic face of the thief. It's unmistaken. He looks kind of feminine. Are you saying all women are criminals? Or anyone who looks feminine is a criminal, Amity? Is there anything else that's unmistakable to you? What about this person here, Detective Amity? And then, yeah, he had nothing to say about butts. Well, I guess if anything, I'll just have to. I can shove some evidence in Maya's face. You know, I thought we were masquerade de masquerade. Well, Denise said he isn't, and I believe her. The mystery gets deeper and deeper. Yeah, the trial starts tomorrow, as usual. You know, I didn't even know the statue existed until a little while ago. Didn't Adrian say it was from the Faye Branch Family Training Hall or something? Yes, there's actually a lot of training halls scattered all over the country. Hidden deep away in desolate mountains. Why does it always have to be desolate mountains? You know, I thought we finally found the urn. So this was made by the real Masquerade de Masquerade, huh? Yep, Detective Gumshoe said it was the real thing. One look at this mark and you know it's the real deal, pal. Yeah, but you do realize whose deduction and reasoning skills we're talking about, right? This sword, it has a strange aura surrounding it. It's like infused with a spirit both anger and tragedy. Well, I'd be mad too if somebody bent me in the way they bent this sword. Yeah, I guess that would be it. What do you think about this? It seems like it has something to do with this case, but I'm not really sure. When did you first get that porcupine haircut? It's been like this ever since I was a little kid. What? You mean that's the way your hair is naturally? I thought you had some sort of special phoenix cut deal with the barber. I mean, you usually only see hair like that in a video game. Maya, thank you for breaking the fourth wall. Is my hair really that weird looking? If it wasn't for Mia, I wouldn't be the person I am today. Yeah, she told me you used to be really useless. Compared to how unreliable you were then, you actually seem responsible now. Actually, you haven't changed that much, I guess. What do you mean? I guess I still do act very childish sometimes. Maya praised me for a change. Hey, wait a second! I'm gonna have to buckle down and get serious. Well, you are the future master of the Kiron channeling technique, after all. Yeah, and I have to play the part of Big Sister too, for Pearly and for you, Nick. What? Do I look like I was born yesterday? I'm sorry that Pearly said what she did. Oh, it's fine. It was nothing. I'm gonna have to smooth things over with Pearls later somehow. Like chocolate cake. Every kid likes chocolate cake, right? She's 9, so I have to play to the hearts of a 9-year-old. What do you think about this? Okay. Detective Gumshoe's on this case too, huh? He seems to show up during all of our cases. It can't be a coincidence. It's like they have no other models for detectives. Maybe it's a sign that all of our fates are destined to be woven together for all time. Yeah, that'd be a real Beauty and the Beast kind of fairy tale, wouldn't it? So the real identity of the mask is Ron Delight, right? That's what Mr. Delight claims. I'm not too convinced about something he said. Huh? What about? About the sacred urn. Didn't he sound a little vague on the subject? Yeah, now that you mention it, he said that he was simply lost it, right? I have this distinct feeling he's hiding something. I just know it. That Detective Mitty guy really has surprised me. And there's a certain something that he says, "Survive!" Well, he did manage to get back the treasure, the mask guy stole last time, right? And he did it by himself, too. Yeah, I guess. That case certainly had made him famous. Looks like he does deserve to be called a detective after all. So the real identity of the mask is Wrong Delight, right? That Denise sure is cool. I love that whole motorcycle thing. The way she laughs in the face of death, I'm gonna try it myself. I thought you only knew how to ride a bike. Hey, don't forget, Nick. It's an electric bike. Electric? So young and already so lazy. Whatever happened to good old exercise? What do you think about this? She has nothing to say about butts. Good. Detention center. Alright. Oh. KB Security, the company The company in the blackmail letter? You know about it? That's where I work. Yeah, in fact, I'm the one on the job right now. Huh? So what are you doing here then? Well, the boss is always right. Hey, now, the boss is always right now. And you know what mice do when the cat's away. Yes. Anyways, how far away is this company? Let me see. About 30 minutes by car, I guess. Well, if you fly down the road anyways. Well, this apartment building is pretty close to Lordly Taylor, right? And it would take roughly an hour to go to KB Security and back. If Ron DeLight was at KB Security when the robbery occurred, whoa, then he couldn't have stolen the sacred urn. Hey, Nick, your phone. Beep. Hello? Is this the right residence? Ah, Pearls, where are you? I thought I would go to Lordy Taylor and try to find some more clues, but I'm afraid I've gotten lost. What? Give me that phone, Nick. Pearlie, where are you right now? I was walking around and I found myself in front of that person's office. That person's? Whose? The person who doesn't act his age and always says Savar when he's excited. Luca Meri, Ace Detective. Okay, stay right there. We're coming to get you. All right. I'm a little scared. Beep. All right, let's go, Maya. Wait a second, Nick. What? That phone call just now sounded like a real cutie. She's 9! And another one of your special friends. But she's 9. Say goodbye to Miss Delight for me, would you, Larry? October 12th. Immediate Detective Agency. Ah, Mr. Nick. Mr. Kamaya. Really? I never thought I'd see you two again. So, this is Mr. Ace Detective's out of the office. So, Mr. Ace Detective is out of the office. Yes, when I arrived here, there wasn't a single soul in sight. Say, Nick, doesn't it look a little something's changed since we were last here? Now that you mention it. This bag, I'm sure it wasn't here before. It looks quite full. I wonder what could be in here. Hey, Nick, come on, open it up. Hey, wait a minute. We can't just open his private property. Don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is an important investigation. That's true, and truth be told, I have to admit I'm kind of curious. Well, what's in there? Hang on a second, I'm taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kind of hard and smooth. Well, hello there. Eek! He's here. What are you doing, Sir Lawyer? I'm shocked to see a servant of the court ignoring the laws so frankly. I'm really sorry. Maya made me do it. Yep. Still the same Phoenix we were 5 years ago. Well, 7 years ago. Nick, I can't believe you. A gentleman never uses a lady as an excuse for his own poor behavior. No, she's really made me do it. The real question is, can you afford to waste time lollygaggling about here? What do you mean by that? Perhaps I should make myself more clear. Tomorrow's trial. Savai! Shall we say the fricative Sir William will be dropping his panties before lunchtime. Dude, trust me. No. Wow, Nick. Sounds like it's gonna be real exciting. It's not. It really isn't, Maya. It never is. It's never. The first day's trial is never that exciting. What's gonna happen at the trial tomorrow? That's so dramatic. Do you know what your biggest mistake so far has been, Mr. Lawyer, Sir Lawyer? It was becoming a lawyer in the first place. Well, it wouldn't be the first time someone told me that. That certainly does sound like a big mistake, Mr. Nick. Tomorrow will be a day to remember. I, Luke Millie, will take the stand. And then, Zava! My testimony will prove the underdoings of the lots of you. Yes, all of you. I will unmask the deceased corresponders. Conspirators. Hee. You're quite on the defense, I see. However, excuse me, you're talking to the victim of this case? How dare you speak to the victim? It's not that your greatest enemy. It's not that I am your greatest enemy. There's far more dangerous threats that you'll be faced during the trial. What are you talking about? Sir Lawyer, if you're truly who you say, I'm sure you've heard of him. His name is Godot. Godot. You have taken down a step of passive foolishness. To try to defend a career criminal who deserved nothing less than the death penalty? Hey! Last time I checked, no one knows for sure that Mr. Delight is really de Masquerade. My dear lady. Times may change, but people sadly do not. Well, you will understand this when you're more mature. Who is this Godot person? It's not surprising that the spirit medium has not heard the name. Godot, the prosecutor whose equal cannot be found in this country, but in heaven. Godot, a legend, a myth. Men pinned a lifetime of hopes on the chance of simply to meet him. Prosecutor Godot. But the best prosecutor in the country isn't Godot, it's Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't that right, Nick? It's no surprise that the spirit medium such as yourself would know nothing of this. But Ace Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth is currently traveling abroad. What are you doing this time, Edgeworth? Huh? In fact, it was Mr. Edgeworth who acknowledged Godot as the best in this country. And you agree with that? Most certainly. In fact, you could call him the Luke at the Mitty at the prosecutor's office. Well, sounds like I have a real challenge, and sounds like someone I don't have any beef with so far already. By simply meeting the person, I at least don't have any beef with said person. Well, that's good to hear. The prosecution has a fighting chance tomorrow. Mr. Nick, is this Godot really that strong? I seem to remember hearing something like that. Not surprisingly, some people spend their entire livelihood waiting for his appearance. Looks like we're done investigating for the day. Sir Lawyer. The stage has been set for all the pieces that are finally in place. All that remains now is for the dance to begin. A new prosecutor and an ace detective in a thief. This is going to be one tough trial. At least we don't have to deal with murder. And that might be the title of next part. So, I think this is a good time to wrap up for today. Yes, we are saving our progress. Yes. Sounds like a good time to stop. So, okay. So, like I said, this is where we're going to wrap up. This is where we're wrapping up for tonight. So, I hope you guys all enjoyed our grand start to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trials, and Tribulations. So, I'm really excited to see where this goes because this is our first time as a prosecutor. I mean, as a defense attorney, where we're not dealing with a murder case. So, and we have 9 trials under our bat, and we're 8 for 9. Sorry, I can't get over the fact that we're kind of like, it's kind of like, well, we did not technically win, but it was a moral win. It was a moral win. We didn't technically win, but it was a moral win. But before we get into the, like, ending of Raps things, Alexa, tell us an interesting fact. Another fact about the art piece. So, like I said, this is the end for Trials and Tribulations for tonight. We will probably finish up the rest of this episode next week, Thursday at 6 p.m. Central. As per usual, we have Gmod Saturday. Like I said, probably no bonus streams either today or tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, Friday. So, yeah. So then Saturday we will have some more Gary's Mod with the crew. As I always stated before, I do not know if we are going to be starting Minecraft this Sunday, but I honestly hope we do. It's been way too long since I've played Minecraft, so I'm really excited to start a new mod pack, but we gotta finalize what mod pack we're doing and all that jazz. So, anyways, and reminder that Wednesday afternoon streams are moved to Tuesday evenings. So, you will see me again Saturday, probably, Sunday maybe, and then most likely Tuesday evening at 6 p.m. Central. You can always check the schedule to see when I'm perhaps going live. There always will be bonus streams, maybe at some point, but those bonus streams will probably be Fridays, usually. So, I think that's all I wanted to announce for tonight. So, it's time to hit up a raid. And, we have been going pretty late as of recently, so we have not been able to raid Hobbit for a bit. So, I'm taking the opportunity. Hell yes. 100%. So, I'm not gonna do the raid message as I usually do. I was gonna hop in Hobbs' channel afterwards anyways, So, I will just see you guys over there, and I will catch you guys later. But until then, this is where I say my farewell until, next time I stream. See ya!